How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. How we all doing today? Are we good? Who we got in here this morning? Little Louvre, Mad Hatter, Haddock, Stro, welcome. Good to see you all. How we doing? Hope you all had a good weekend. I've spent too much time playing World of Warcraft this weekend. I should have spent all weekend doing other stuff, but I didn't. Falls asleep again. Need my coffee. Coffee at the ready. Coffee is an essential to life. Absolutely. Without coffee, we do not operate. I'm a different human being before I've had my coffee in the morning, so I don't blame you at all. But new week. Let's see if we have any news come through regarding 9.1.5 updates. We got a bunch at the end of last week. I put a video together going through all of the different developer notes. Now that it's had a few days to settle, it might be worthwhile taking another little dive through, see if there's any updates, see if there's any tweets gone out from devs, whatever the case may be, and maybe start to focus in more so on some of the specific features that are being spoke about in the new 9.1.5 patch that I would actually hope that we get sooner rather than later. This is a mid-tier patch. This is not a big content patch. There's no raid being released. There's no new dungeons. There's not a huge amount of balance. This in itself is just a quality of life and a tuning patch, a mid-tier patch where Blizzard feel the need to, tick off a few of the things off their to-do list that they maybe didn't get complete for the major content patch, which of course was patch 9.1. I'm interested to see if we get any more updates. We spent Friday having a little bit of a look around on the PTR and trying to work out just exactly what was happening. And truth be told, most of the big features that we're interested in hadn't actually been implemented on the PTR yet. So that'll have to wait. That's to come. But what did I spend my weekend doing? I spent my weekend, like I said, playing way too much World of Warcraft, but not actually doing anything. I spoke last week, and I've been talking about doing this for a while. I wanted to improve my TSM groups and my TSM profile offering, especially to those Patreons of you out there that support the channel. I wanted to go further than just offering a solution for straight up just Shadowlands content, as there is now, I feel, 8 previous. Is Shadowlands the 9th expansion? I think Shadowlands is the 8th expansion, but of course we had vanilla, so there's 9 eras of gameplay in total, 8 of which are technically past expansion stuff, and I wanted to improve my offering for people that want to take advantage of the 8 before Shadowlands. Now I've started from where I'm comfortable with, which is professions. So let's take a look at what I've been doing, and I would like some of your guys' feedback, if nothing else. Let me turn the tunes down a touch because I sense they're still a bit loud. I need to work out some proper audio monitoring thing. I want to be able to hear what you guys hear without having to open the stream. I don't know if it's possible to do that without my brain melting, but we'll see. But I have painstakingly been going through the professions one by one, making a 100% complete list of every single craftable item in the game. Literally. We saved? Saved? Looks like we saved. I've bought a new microphone because this one is dog doo doo, and it's also keeps doing that. It keeps crashing. Lost my hearing. I'm too young for this. Yeah. Oh, do I get a pooch? Hi, Bird. Hi, dog. Go get in your bed. Good girl. Right, yeah. I've ordered a new microphone. We'll have swanky new microphone in a couple of days' time, hopefully, when it gets delivered. Delivery is, you know, it could take a day, it could take 4 weeks. You know what delivery's like, but sure. New microphone is ordered, so this thing will be gone before too long, and hopefully, I've ordered a dynamic mic, so hopefully that will help a lot with the echo that is in this room. I try to minimize the echo as much as possible with some sound dampening, but a better quality mic will definitely help. But yeah, what was I saying? Rode Pod. I thought about the Rode Pod mic. What I've actually gone for is the Shure MV7, not the SM7B. I'm not that swanky. I'm not full on. I'm not spending $400 on a microphone just yet. I've gone for the Shure MV7. It is both USB and the XLR. So I can either use an audio interface or I can just go USB. To start with, I'll just go USB. It's crackling a bit. Yeah, this thing is broken, which is the issue. If it's crackling a bit, it's just refresh the stream. There's a good chance that it's actually a Twitch thing that it's crackling now. But either way, I've ordered a new microphone. MV7, cool little microphone. The ability to go USB, the ability to use XLR, and maybe we'll upgrade the setup over time, but it's a good microphone to start with. Bouncing around a little bit though. So yeah, I wanted to make sure that every single profession was 100% complete. Now, this is why is this helpful? Well, this is helpful for two reasons, right? When you start playing around with past expansion professions, there's one thing that always trips people up, and it's setting up the TSM groups for it. Why? Because it's very easy to get some basic groups in place when you first, log on to that character. But what happens when you learn new recipes? Either you go out and you farm some new recipes, or you gain some new reputation, and you get some new recipes. The one thing that always trips people up is that they then forget to add them to their TSM groups, and so of course their auctioning operation, there's no auctioning operation set up for any of the new items. More importantly, there's no crafting operation set up for any of this, and so it's an annoyance. It's a pain in the ass. It's something I've been meaning to do for years, but I've just never done it because of the daunting task of trawling through the game and finding every single recipe that's ever existed for every single crafted item ever. But I've been working on it and I'm almost done. For example, if we go to tailoring, it's broken down currently. The layout is not exactly as I want it to be yet, because I'm still on search and implement mode before I organize everything. At the moment, everything is set up relatively simply, but I do even, you pick any profession, we can go outlands and we can go cloaks. These are all of the possible outlands cloaks that have ever been able to be crafted with a tailoring. So I would like to say the groups are, the ones I have done are at least 99% complete. There's probably something I've missed, but they're about as complete as I can possibly get them. Even one thing that took me a long time to do, even with inscription, every single expansion's Dark Moon cards, even though you can't craft an ace or a 2 or you can't target focus the cards that are created, I've gone through and I've found every single card from every single deck, every single Dark Moon deck variation that can be crafted for every expansion, and they're all there, including things like jokers that have turned up occasionally for Inscription. I've been like I said, as 100% complete as possible. So I've been wanting to do this for a long time, because it means you've then got a full list of everything to go and assign some crafting operations, to assign some auctioning operations, and you're off to the races straight away. You never then have to worry about building that TSM, those groups again. Maybe sure, reorder things, readjust things, sure, but every item is accounted for. And not just in the base group, because the base group still has some huge downsides of that the base group doesn't actually contain every item in the game, even though they so claim it to do so. Base group doesn't contain every single item in the game, so a lot of these inputs, especially with these past, like the cards for example, 9 times out of 10 it would show like the ace, the 4 and the 7. It would show like 3 cards out of the deck, and the reason is because it only shows the ones that it's recently seen on the auction house on your realm, which can be super restrictive. Where can we get those groups? Well, eventually, once I've completed them, they will for sure go to my Patreons first. Whether I then make them publicly available at a later date, we'll have to see. I've not decided exactly how I want to do it. For sure, Patrons will get them without question, but it depends whether I'll make them public or not. It depends if I actually go as far as to put any operations along with these. I've thought that it's probably a safer solution to not add any operations to these and allow people to do that themselves. Simply because people will want to use the past expansion stuff in different ways. There's not like one catch-all way to do it really with the past expansion stuff. So this is the reason you go support this dude with his Patreon. It delivers good stuff. There's my weekly sellout. Thank you, my man. I appreciate it. Thank you. But yes, I need to finish it off. I need to clean it up a little bit because it's still a bit scrappy. The fact that it says Kultiran Inscription will obviously trigger all of the Horde, so I need to go through and change the names and rename things a little bit. Alchemy, for example, is one that I definitely need to readjust it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if categorizing them by expansion is actually sensible, because you got to think of it from a usability standpoint, right? What happens if you want to craft, just set an operation to go for all of the past expansion potions, right? You just want to, if for example you want to just craft one of every potion that is above a certain sell rate and above a certain profit margin from history gone. To do that currently, you'd have to go into each one and you'd have to apply a operation here. You'd have to go to TBC and then apply the same operation here. You have to do you basically have to do everything 8 times. Or 9 times actually. Oh damn, Shadowlands is the 10th expansion. Or the 9th expansion, but the 10th, you know, if you include vanilla in that. You basically have, for just potions, you have to do the same thing 9 times. Whereas if I just had one category potions, and then within the potions category, everything broke down by profession, you would just be applying that operation to the one parent group called potions. So I've not decided what's the best way to do it. This is why I need a little bit of feedback on it, and why it'll probably go out to Patrons first. Because those guys are going to be more critical, I would imagine, of how it's set up. So But it's work in progress. It's getting there. It's a long trawl. So you did a boo-boo. 7 is missing. Okay, there we go. See, this is my point, right? Not everything is plain sailing. So maybe there isn't quite as many expansions as I thought there was. BFA was number 8. Sure, there we go. I sort mine by expansion too, but it's something I've been debating on myself as well. Yeah, I mean, for people's own personal use, do as you please. But the fact that I'm doing this with the mindset of making it available to other people, I try to think of it more or less on how it's useful to me and more how I think it might be useful to everybody going backwards. I think having separate, because alchemy is going to be the same sorts of things, right? You're going to have potions, elixirs, flasks, and then other stuff. So you could have them as like parent groups, and within each of the parent groups, then you could break it down by expansion if you want to. But it's all, in my mind at least, it's all about using Trade School Master for what it's good at, and it's good at categorizing things and allowing you to, you know, put one operation to all of those things in that category. I had past expansion stuff sorted really finely. Idea was really good, but then it's a pain in the dick when you want to set operations. Exactly, that's the thing. This way, this looks, from a logical perspective, it looks neat and it looks tidy and it looks organized. But from a usability point of view, it's actually the opposite. If I want to, you know, then when it comes to sorting operations and stuff, I have to then do everything basically 8 times. Every time I want to set an operation against different flasks, for example, I have to go into each expansion and then set the operation against the flasks. It's not easy, and then it's not easy to change. Why would you consider Cataclysm flasks any different to TBC flasks? You probably wouldn't, meaning that you'd probably want the same operations attached to them. So in theory, those items should be in the same group. So yeah, there's still a bit of work to do on this. But these professions that you see here so far, at least to this point, you'll end up with hundreds of operations. Well, you won't end up with hundreds of operations, you just use the same operation and attach it to multiple groups. But in theory, you should just, if that's the case, you should just have one parent group with all of the subgroups and attach the operation to the parent group. You could still have just like a handful of operations. But yeah, this is what I've got to decide. Either I just give it to people in this fashion and they can do as they please with it, or I try and, you'll see I haven't renamed or organized blacksmithing yet. It's still the default stuff. But for reference, the way I was doing this is to be as 100% complete as possible. I was making the groups based on what TSM already thought I had, or already knows me to have, and then to capture everything that I don't know, I was using the Unlearned tab in WoW. So if you go here, you've got the Unlearned. Then I would have my groups open. We might do a bit of this later. I don't particularly want to be doing this straight away because it's not the most engaging stream content, but to show you how I've been doing it, in case you guys obviously want to do this yourself. So now we've got cooking, and this is everything that I already know, but now we can go through these, ignoring Shadowlands for now. So like Food of the Broken Isles. So Food of the Broken Isle, let's minimize all of these for a second. Food of the Broken Isles, we can see there's only one thing I don't know, which is the Feast of the Fishes. But so that that's in the group, we can then go to base group, we can search item and shift click on the item here, and there's your Feast of Fishes. So now we can drag that into feasts, and that's one more thing that I don't know, but it's in the group and represented. And I basically have done this for all of the professions that you see in the past. So now we can close down Food of the Isles, we go to Food of Draenor, and we go, right, Blackrock Barbecue, go. And it's considered a delicacy, in it goes. Calamari Crepes, in you go. Sleeper surprise. In you go. Surf and turf. In you go. And for reference, like I said, I've done this exact process to make sure that I have every pattern for all of the professions so far. Cooking's actually the last major one that I need to do. How many is on this list? I left cooking till last. One, because it's kind of pointless in the first place, even thinking about it. And it's actually not that bad of a list. It's not that bad of a list. There's not that many cooking recipes that I don't know on this character. This is one advantage of having a lot of the professions, not maxed, but I've been a bit of a collector and I've kept them up to date for the longest of time. Blackrock ham goes in meat dishes. Fell eggs and ham goes in meat dishes. Sturgeon stew is a fish dish. Now, it's all good and well as long as the base group is aware of the item. The problem comes is when the base group doesn't know what the item is, and then you have to use external sources. A lot of Wowhead, a combination of a lot of Wowhead and a lot of TSM group builder and importing and then moving stuff about. Yeah, I spent God knows how many hours doing this over the weekend. So that was Draenor, that was Food of the Broken Isles done. I might actually just bash this out, so then it's done. Let's do Pandarian cuisine then. Oh my god, I've never done Pandarian cooking on this one. This is the big one. Cooking? What's happening? What? Yeah. So let's do a new group called Way of the Grill. Way of the Grill. Let's do Way of the Wok. We need Way of the Pot. What else do we need? Way of the Steamer. Oh god, there's more categories than I thought. Way of the Oven. Oh, hang on. My OCD won't complain if that's not capitalised. Way of the Brew. Is that all of them? And then everyday cooking. Wow, there was a lot of Pandarian cooking recipes. Okay, so starting off with Way of the Grill. Panda cooking was a pain to level up. I enjoyed Pandaria cooking, you know. I don't disagree. A lot of Pandaria was a bit of a pain in the ass from a leveling perspective. Still to this very day, Pandaria's the one. They do love their food. Pandaria's the one expansion that I have probably the least recipes from, because discovery of the new patterns was linked to daily cooldowns. And it meant that unless you were doing your daily cooldown every single day, for example, leatherworking, I'm still missing hundreds of recipes because I just wasn't doing my daily cooldown every day. Back in Mr. Pandaria, I think I wasn't anywhere near as alt heavy. I would play a character and I'd play it to death. And then a few months later, I'd just play another character and play that character to death. I was never keeping up with my alts, so I never did the daily cooldowns as religiously as I probably should. Which is, yeah, overall, or by today's standard, it becomes a problem. Now the silly thing is I'm very aware that 99% of this effort is totally pointless, because the likelihood of people actually choosing to craft and ultimately sell these specific items is probably a non-starter for most people. But for the sake of completionism, is that a word? For sake of completionism, I want them to be complete, you know. Never trust a slim chef. That's, yeah, incredibly true. Skinny chefs are usually bad chefs. Way of the wok. Because I imagine there's very little demand for any of these items. And so 9 times out of 10, they'll probably just like be excluded from crafting operations. But Pandaria leatherworking content soon. Well, the thing is, it's not really content, because I'm just, honestly, I should continue to do it. I just need to buy or go out and farm massive stacks of exotic leather. Grab as much exotic leather as I can get my hands on, and just religiously, we'll turn it into a meme where you guys remind me to press my daily cooldown button every day, because that's the only way that I'll get it done. Because I do consider myself a bit of a professions wizard, but I feel I'm slacking when it comes to my collection of past expansions and leveling stuff. What is the old world cooking useful for? Well, arguably it's not. That's kind of the point, right? Arguably it's not, but that's not to say that you shouldn't have it set up. I mean, my argument for the past expansion cooking, honestly, there isn't. But you'll probably find there's a few sneaky things in here that will still sell, just very rarely, because there'll be stuff that's linked to achievements, which will mean that, because there is actually, I don't know if they're relevant to specifically what we're doing now, but there's achievements for like eating 50 different types of food, or there's like sometimes people will actually, let me put it this way, the market for these crafted items is slimmer than slim, but you know, if you're not prepared, you'll never win. Banquet of the Oven, this one. Let's get all these in the oven. Because once it's done, right? That's the thing with Trade Skill Master. Once your groups are done, they're done. Like, you should never theoretically have to change them again, which is the you can tweak and change them and reorder stuff, sure, but once the brute force, the grunt of the work is done. Banquet. Now we're doing Ways of the Brew, which is this one. And luckily, once you've got it set up, TSM will tell you this sort of stuff. So if you have your operations set up in a way that it only crafts stuff not solely based on just profit. This is one thing that I see many people, and it's sensible, right? Because it's the first way anybody would do it until TSM breaks. Well, that's also a benefit for me having them saved in paste bins and, you know, backed up. If you just go through some basic TSM operations and just craft things based on profit, 99% of past expansion items will show as profitable, but profitable doesn't necessarily mean that they'll actually ever sell. It's smart to start looking at things like sale rate, just to give an indication of, well, actually, if I do craft this, what is the likelihood of me selling it, and B, what is going to be the speed, or how long is it going to take me to sell? Deluxe Noodle Cart Kit, for example. It has probably a very cheap crafting cost, but and it will probably show as profitable, but it's got a regional sale rate of 0.01. So it puts it in the category of dog shit transmog, never gonna sell. So if you choose to craft things based on profit, TSM will probably tell you to craft this. But if you specify that, well, actually, if it's got a really dog doo-doo sale rate, ignore it, then you start filtering things better. And it will give you a better idea of what you should and shouldn't be crafting. This is why I'm not sure whether I want to put operations or not to these groups, because I know people will use them in a different way. The noodle cart kit could be used to phase you to the farm. Not sure if it still works. Oh, there we go. So there's obviously some reasons for some of it to be useful to somebody in the right situation. It's finding what that situation is. Now, obviously, it still puts the preference on the player to have actually gone out and learnt these recipes in the first place. But then, once you have learnt them, you can rest in peace. No, not rest in peace. That sounds wrong. You can put your mind at ease knowing that your TSM groups are already ready and waiting for that item. And then, as soon as you give yourself the ability to craft said item, TSM will consider it already, and you won't have to worry about anything. That's kind of the reason I want to do this mostly. I can safely say this is probably not the best sales pitch for this, but you know what I mean. It's useful to the right people. And based on the fact that my TSM groups are remarkably popular, for example, my base Shadowlands groups, without the operations, have been downloaded like tens of thousands of times at this point. There's a huge amount of people out there that are using my groups. And one of the most commonly requested things is not for me to change the way that the groups that I've already made are set up. It's to support the past expansion professions. So, hence why I'm doing it. If people want it, I'll do it. If enough people want it, of course. That went dark real fast. Yeah, that wasn't meant to. That was a schlip. A schlip. Cataclysm recipes. Good idea for the old Pandaria stuff is Windwall bandages and fish cakes, which are used for the dailies if you're grinding rep for the Panthers. Oh, yeah, see, that's true. That goes to show there's a couple of things. OnlyFans coming soon? Not really. There's often a couple of little things that you can quite easily find once you've got it all set up that will still be profitable. There's not many in most of the past expansions, but you can sometimes find those little nuggets of gold lying around. Right, Cataclysm. What are these called? Everyday cooking and delightful drinks. There's only two categories. There's a lure. Okay, we'll add that. Damn a rich dilf. Sorry, I'm married. Matthias does not know. This Matthias does not own a Longboy. Sorry to disappoint, boys and girls. I do not. It's fake news. Alright, baked rockfish. What's this? Everyday cooking. Now, hopefully, I am kind of making a little bit of an assumption that the unlearn list is also complete, but I I imagine it is, because it's actually a Blizzard implemented system. Doing this before we had the unlearned list would have been borderline impossible. And especially if we didn't have drag and drop in TSM, I might cry. It would massively slow down the process if I didn't have drag and drop. I'm missing a lot of Cataclysm recipes actually. Was oh, hang on, Cataclysm, it was another one that was linked to dailies, wasn't it? That would probably be why. That would probably be why. Starfire, I read that as Starfish Espresso. Starfire Espresso. What's a feathered lure? When applied to your fishing pole, increases fishing by 9 for up to 10 minutes. Requires Cataclysm fishing 75. Why are you cooking that? Why does that come from a delicate wing? Why is that a cooking recipe? Sure. I'm not here to question. It's a thing though. The Molten Front daily / reputation that I'm working on has a lot of recipes. It does actually. It has an awful lot of recipes. I need to get a whole host of characters through that. I think there's about 23 days worth of dailies I think it takes to get the rep that you need. Which is yeah, especially if you need to do that on multiple characters, it's a task. There's lots of what would be considered crafted transmog available from the Molten Front for sure. What are these? Everyday cooking. Okay. Why is there an extra fancy? Oh, that's in a minute. Okay. This should be, we are 3 items away from having everything. Bingo. That should now be every single cooking recipe as well. Which I believe means that this is also now complete. Does it look and make sense? We got drinks, we got everyday cooking, and a random lure, which makes no real sense at all, but sure. Delicacies, feasts, feast dishes, and meat dishes. Okay. Delicacies, feasts, large meals, light meals, and snacks. Yep. Don't forget to save. Yeah, I will do. Delicacies, desserts, feasts, large meals, and light meals. Makes sense. Old world, everyday cooking, holiday cooking, and then unusual delights. These category names for reference is just what's pulled straight from the default cooking UI. Not does it necessarily make it totally sensible, but see, this is what's a bonus, right? There are a couple of expansions for cooking, for example, where I just have every recipe learned already. If I'm 100% on an expansion, it makes the job much quicker and easier. I wish I'd I wish I'd maxed out more of it. Oh, Shadowlands stuff we delete because Shadowlands is taken care of separately because it's current content. We're only looking at past expansion. Right, there's cooking done. Boom. Oh my god, that's actually, that should now be every single crafting profession with every single craft complete, I think. Just. Now, I mean, some noticeable exceptions is mining. Whilst mining technically can be considered a crafting profession, mining is taking materials to make more materials. So that is in my those items are taken care of in the materials list. We have a past expansion materials list that I've also been working on. Is there anything else that should be... I mean, herbalism is just a gathering. Skinning is just gathering. So they don't need to be present. Without mine, that's complete, I think. I think that's complete. A bit of reshuffling. Oh, there's a few things that I need to check. A couple of things I need to check. For example, engineering. Back in the day, you had different specializations. Well, I say back in the day, still to this day, you can be like like a gnomish engineer or a goblin engineer or something, and then there's different recipes that you can learn. I should probably clarify and double check that all of those are built into this. I also want to say both blacksmithing and leatherworking used to have different specializations. I don't even know if they're still in the game anymore. Can you be a different specialization for... I don't even know if that's a thing. This is the problem. I can go by the unlearnt list, but if I don't qualify for something in the first place, I'm not sure if even the unlearnt list is 100% complete. But I think that's everything. Like I've just been reminded to, though, let me do a refresh just to... or a /reload. If you do a /reload, it sort of, you know, saves the settings as such. If you this just means that if the game crashes or something, I don't lose any changes that have been made. Right, I had actually no intention of doing that straight away. So thank you for sitting through that. But it's killed two birds with one stone. Right? It gave me an opportunity to explain what we're doing. It gave me the opportunity to finish cooking. It's also given me the bug to go out there and collect a lot of the stuff that I'm missing. There's still a whole bunch of... This thing that pops up on the side here, this is part of all the things. And you can see there's a lot that I only know like 70% of the possible. And the completionist in me wants to go back and gather all of this stuff, even though for the most part it's irrelevant. I just want to have it for the sake of having it. Likewise, less so much jewel crafting, but the armor crafting professions, I want to get them more complete. Not that I'm a big fan of crafted transmog. There's usually bigger and better things I can do to make gold in the game. Legendaries has kind of... Legendaries, for Shadowlands at least, Legendaries are now so lucrative that I almost don't do anything else from a gold making perspective, because the time spent versus, you know, return is just astronomically higher with Legendaries than it is anything else. But there'll be a day where Legendaries will disappear. The Legendaries will only be a market for Shadowlands. And who knows, later in the expansion it might not even be as lucrative as it is today. So this is why, even though I don't do a lot of this other stuff currently, past expansion, transmog, consumables, there's lots of markets that I don't engage in at the moment. But it's still sensible to kind of, you know, keep it at the forefront of your mind, be aware that it's a thing, so that the day that Legendaries is not the cash cow that it is right now, I can very quickly and easily switch my focus to something different. That's kind of the advantage. But we're One thing we do every Monday is we do the Wowhead Wowhead Weekly Economy blog that's put together by Samadan. We will go through that in a minute. I just want to smash out my mission table real quick. Give everybody a few more minutes to filter in. There's a fair few of you kicking about now. And we'll get on to the economy report in a minute. Let's put my phone on silent first. Right. So, 21 dudes to send out on stuff. Let's get this done real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go. I'm already planning for next expansion by leveling 2 to 3 characters on full pop realms. Yeah, that's one thing that's been a big priority for me this expansion, is to switch my focus from just a single realm to a multi-realm setup. Mainly because there's always that situation where something works well on one realm but not on another. Now, the easiest way to counter that is to be able to play on multiple different realms. So there's a good chance then there'll always be a realm that you're playing on that it is good for that one thing. Plus, my other goal was to get deeper into pets. Pet arbitrage is more of what I would consider an evergreen profession, or an evergreen method of making gold. Because there's always collectors out there, and pets will always be one of those things that people will collect. And additionally, pets has got the bonus of that you can do cross-realm trading pretty efficiently if you get it set up properly. Clip that, deeper into pets. Alright, calm down. PG, let's keep it PG in here. Oh, we might get our first level 50 character, you know, before too long. How long before this dude levels up? 1800 experience until he levels up. Gonna have our first level 50 before too long. Send in the internet police. We got him. Oh dear. Gonna get cancelled. I got too deep into pets. Pet on speed dial. I'm concerned if you've got them on speed dial. What up, dog? You're not a fan of being trapped in here, are you? Just gonna sulk on the floor. Go on, game. Speedy now. Well, if the game's being slow, we'll prepare ourselves. Let's get the Wowhead Weekly Economy Report up and running. Go through that in a minute. Ooh! Love that noise. That means we got a piece of transmog that we didn't have before. Do we got any... I should really open all these bags and stuff at some point. Let's come. Oh, we're nearly out of anima. We're nearly out of anima. You know what we do when we're nearly out of anima? We go hand in all of the anima that we make off the mission table. Is it you we speak to? Yeah, show me the thing. Deposit. Go. Oh dear, that really wasn't a lot, was it? Okay, maybe we need to do a trip round Corthia, grab ourselves some anima. The significant problem is my sanctum on this character is like bad. I am Oh, I'm 2 of 2. Oh, I'm not even 2 of 2, am I? Because I'm missing this one. I need 5,000 anima to get this one, and then I'm 2 of 2, which would then mean that the anima table is borderline self-sufficient. Not exactly, but close enough. Actually means playing my alts, though. That's the problem. That's the big issue. Joby, how we doing? Good to see ya. Got my first follower to 40 this weekend. But I mean, you've dumpstered on the mission table from the beginning, so I'm not surprised your followers are pretty low. Some maid solo time. This is going to be some good content. Yeah. Well, you can see I'm spec'd into Frost because Frost is just 10% easier. Playing alts, lol. Yeah. How many characters do you have on my main realm? I've got one of every class on my main realm, and I dot 2 or 3 alts about on other big servers as well. Do we go? Let's try and get some of these anima ones. Considering we're not quite, we're not exactly anima rich on this dude. Oh, I thought that was going to be the case. I knew these dudes wouldn't be able to solo these missions. Goddamn level, the curse of the level 37 mission. These level 37 anima missions are the bane of my life because they're a real bait. You're like, oh, it only costs 10 anima and I'm going to get like 65 anima back from it. So it's a net positive of like 50 odd anima. You're like, cool, great. But then they're actually relatively tough missions for your dudes to go out and solo. Actually getting the anima from these ones is an annoyance. You have to have like level 40 characters plus to be able to solo those. Or just be Night Fae, of course. But sure, whatever. Every class? Yeah, like one of each. So like, what's there, like 13 or something? Not every spec, because not every spec, but one of every class. They're not all leveled up, but they're all close. They're all 50 plus. You can see here, so we've just got one of everything. We have a duplicate of a couple. We have 2 druids. We have a couple of paladins. The couple of paladins and then just my material stockpile characters, which are all low-level ones that just sit in Stormwind. They just have all of my materials on them. I've got a few, but only for the professions. Well, luckily nowadays you don't really need, like, you can do 90% of a profession with a level 50 character. Sure, there'll be a couple of things you have to be level 60 for, or there'll be a couple of things locked behind rep grinds that will need you to be higher level. But the basics for virtually all of the professions can be done at like level 50 now, so getting into Shadowlands professions is real easy mode. And it's definitely helpful to have a couple of alts ready for doing that. But my over desirable need to craft and sell legendaries is prevents me from leveling too many different professions nowadays. If it's not leatherworking, jewel crafting, blacksmithing or tailoring, I probably don't bother with it at the moment. Don't worry about the fact that I was failing missions. That's usually deliberate. If I can get enough experience from the mission, I'll send somebody out on it regardless. Where's the campaign? Here's the next campaign. Can we complete the campaign with these 3? If my 3 soulbounds can complete the campaign mission, they go off and they do the campaign. If they can't, we wait until they're strong enough. Is there any bonus? No bonus XP missions. Gross. Alright then. Let's fail a few of these missions then. 1200. There's a couple of 1200s. Oh, they actually win. Yeah, alchemy is a good one. Alchemy is a good example of a profession that you just don't need a max level character for. The only real benefit of leveling up your alchemist is for the Shadestone recipe, which you can still technically get through leveling Threads of Fate. I know people that have got like level 51 characters that have the Shadestone recipe. It's a bit silly just how much you can do without needing to be max level now. Unfortunately, it's also why a lot of the Shadowlands crafted items are super competitive, because there's just everybody can make them. There's no restrictions. You don't have to put any time or effort in to be able to craft them in the first place. All the effort comes by trying to sell the goddamn things. We got 3 dudes left. Can we get some anima missions? Any low-level anima missions, preferably. No, we've completed too many campaign missions. We no longer get the low-level stuff, which is a bit of a boo. But if these guys can solo, they can solo. Off you go. Cool, that'll do. 3rd character down, 1 more to go. I only do the mission table on 4 characters, 1 in each covenant. I should probably put some time and effort into getting my other level 60s, at least kind of chipping away at the mission table. Should do a few Torghast runs on them, just get them, you know, the basic followers, at least get them starting to be leveled up. Especially since 915 is going to give us the ability to share or to send anima from our main characters. Cooking's doing very well on my server. Not sure why people don't upgrade it. Yeah, I mean, consumables are always one of those things that you'll make a small amount on the stuff that you can sell. But it will be competitive, and you'll only get good, for the most part, you'll only get good sales like at the right time of day. Selling food for around 150 to 200k a day. I mean, turnover, sure, but the profit on that is going to be very slim. If you make 10% profit on that, I'd be amazed. Which is like 15 to 20,000 gold profit. Which is still, obviously, you can't complain at that. Sure, but right, we've still got a bit of anima. We should have enough to do these. Please be. Oh, there's never any bonus missions. Literally never any bonus XP missions. Can these guys do the campaign yet? Yeah, these guys are strong enough to do the campaign. Right, off you go then. Big XP ones, 1200s. There you get done, win or loss. There's a 900 there. Do we want to do the 900? No, let's tick off some of these animal ones if we can. I don't really have much of a system anymore. I used to be a lot more systematic with how I do the followers on the missions. But that was in the days where I was more cautious of the anima expenditure. Now I don't really care. If I run out of anima, I run around Corthia for half an hour, gather up 2,000-3,000 anima from Corthia, and then we'll be good for another week until I have to do it again. I'm not too bothered about how much anima the missions take now. Cool. Alright, there's a bunch of stuff. Easier to sell one Lego for 10k profit than all of that crafting time cooking items. True, but you've got to put yourself in the position to be able to craft and sell that one legendary item for 10k. There's still a lot of work that's got to be done. You're just doing it in a different place and time. Ooh. Yeah, I'll eat the nectarines. As long as they're, you know, squidgy and juicy. I have a lunch delivery. Let's put you guys over to the side. For reference, boys and girls, I'm sure you can guess. It's our ham, nectarine, and cheese salad. Yum yum. Actually, while I quickly nom on this, I know we need to get to the Wowhead Weekly wrap-up, which I have it here. It's ready. What I should probably do first... Hang on, where the hell did all of my windows go? Hello, OBS? Where did you go? Oh, you're there. We're still live. Good. We'll get to this in a minute. But while I just quickly inhale some lunch, it might be sensible for me to quickly check some auctions. Do something that I can multitask on. Craft when working from home, so it's not like I lose the time. Whilst that's perfectly sensible thing to do, you're multitasking, you're using your time efficiently, just be careful of that mindset, because there comes a point where it doesn't matter if you're doing it in your spare time. When you try and scale above a certain point, you'll realise that even that still is a problem. I consider that sort of thing like a band-aid fix. It means that you can do it, sure, because you're multitasking and it feels like it's still worthwhile. But when you're crafting items, especially consumables, for as long as you are crafting consumables, your account cannot be doing anything else. Now, just because you have something else to go and do, is like I said, that's the band-aid fix to the problem. That, oh well, while I'm crafting, I'll just, I'll go and walk the dog or something. But it's still not the actual solution. The actual solution is to, instead of crafting those items, or crafting those intermediate materials, is to maybe buy them and then flip them. That becomes the way to step it up, the next level. Right, what do we have on the auction house already? We seem to have had a lot of stuff expired. Still 200 auctions on the auction house. What's on there is all my crafted gear. So all our legendaries have expired. Okay, let's get those up on the auction house then. Oh, Parma ham's so good. Oh my word, there's some cheap legendaries on my realm. Anything that says posting at normal price is an indication to me that every single listing, I'm probably not the only one posting this. The way that I have my operation set up is so that it ignores anything that goes below my minimum price. And if everything is below my minimum price, then it posts at normal. So more often than not, these posting at normal is actually a bad thing, not a good thing. Goblin War still going on. There's one significant problem with goblins doing Goblin Wars, is that it is 10 times easier to push a price down than it is to push a price back up. If a market gets tanked, it's nearly impossible for that item to go back up in value after it gets tanked. There's many reasons why. A lot of them are psychological. Some of them are because of how market values work in the game. Got to take lots of losses to bring back up on high pop. But the problem is there's something called price anchoring. It's a sales concept. There's something known as price anchoring, whereas if somebody sees a price at some point, regardless of what they know about that item, that's what they consider. The first price they see of an item is what they consider that item to be valued at. So if somebody sees an item listed at 50k, and then next week or a few days later they come back to the auction house and they see that same item listed for 75k, they think the 75k is expensive. What they don't think is that the 50k was actually cheap. They don't realise that the 75k could actually be the normal crafting cost of that item. It was one person was selling it cheap before. It's just how human psychology works. So that because of that, it's considerably more difficult for prices to go back up. Because if a price goes down, the second the price goes above what it was at the bottom, the people stop buying it because they think, like, psychologically, they think it's more expensive than it should be. Yet, obviously, when something is high, when you do it the other way around, if somebody sees something at 75 and then they see it at 50, they naturally think, well, that's much cheaper. It's why the whole tanking markets to put off your competition is a very, very risky strategy, because it's doubly difficult for the value of that item to go back up, regardless of things like its crafting cost. Because the people that buy these items don't really care what the crafting cost was. They don't care what your crafting cost was. It's like you don't walk into the supermarket. You don't care how much it cost the baker to make that loaf of bread. You only care about how much that baker is selling that loaf of bread for. It's the exact same thing. But I posted my auctions yesterday, didn't do a single cancel scan, and we still wake up today with 250,000 gold in the mailbox. I'll take it. Not a lot of sales, but if your average sale value is good enough, you should be fine. But like I said, I'm not cancel scanning at the moment on any of my realms, on any of my items, because I'm just doing other stuff. And I know that it's not really worth my time to be doing it. I could either post on my realm everything that I have to post, log off and collect my sold auctions the next day and make 250,000 gold, or I could sit there and cancel scan for 3 or 4 hours and make 1,000,000 gold. But I'd rather not be. It'd be nice to make the 1,000,000 gold, sure, but it means I'd have to do 3 or 4 hours worth of stuff to get it, and I can't be bothered. it's a weird situation where I optimize things as much as I can to allow myself to be as lazy as I want to be. It kind of it doesn't make sense, but you would assume that if you're just lazy, you just don't do something. But no, I actually I optimize what I do so that I can afford to be lazy. This auction house is the Shrine of the Seven Stars in Pandaria. If you're Horde, you'll be up in this one, the Shrine of something else. But yeah, Mr. Pandaria. It's a common place for Alliance because you've got the auction house and the mailbox right next to each other. But you do, of course, have to be an engineer to talk to this dude. So there's that slight restriction that your character must be an engineer. But it is kind of quite handy to have. Gold-wise on this realm, though, we're I was looking the other day. My TSM graph, I think, is a bit goofed. I think it's a bit messed up. But we're, in terms of liquid gold, we're almost. This sounds silly, right? But we're almost back to the point where we were at before patch 9.1 landed. Which, at first glance, you'd look at that and you'd say, right, well, patch 9.1 wasn't actually profitable at all. Which is not necessarily true. What doesn't get taken into consideration is that I bought about 20 tokens during this time. This massive spike here, this massive downward spike, hang on, that's not what I wanted to do. How do I go back? Reset zoom. Oh, hang on, yeah. 3 months? Yeah, this big downward spike here was me capping out my blizzard balance. So actually, we were back here before patch 9.1. In fact, if we go back 6 months, you can see we got to the dizzy heights of 20 million plus back in 9.0.5. This was me capping out blizzard balance back then. This was me transferring gold to Torin Mill. A new realm we were trying to play on, and this big dip was me buying Korthite crystals when they first came out. So it took a while from the point where Korthite crystals were a thing, and I started stockpiling Korthite crystals like an absolute madman. It took quite a while for us to actually sell enough of our stuff to get back to the point where we were before we bought all our Korthite crystals. 10 million Korthite crystals? Yeah, pretty much. Then we had a few days or weeks or whatever of selling stuff and profiting. And once we profited enough, I decided, right, it's time to cash out on tokens and buy some more Blizzard Balance. So I maxed my Blizzard Balance account again. And then since, we've just casually really been selling and recrafting, and we're getting back up. So it at first glance, you would say, oh, well, you had more gold before patch 9.1. But I've also spent a hell of a lot. Capped out my Blizzard Balance a couple of times. And spent over 10 million gold on Korthite crystals. My top expenditure on this realm alone, I've bought over 15,000 Korthite crystals to this point in time. Wow, look at the range of prices on my Korthite crystals though. As low as 144 gold a piece, as high as 5,700 gold a piece. Oh dear, oh dear. How much is the Blizzard cap? 250 euros, I think. or the equivalent of a lot of tokens. See, the reason I have to cap out my Blizzard balance quite so frequently is because when I make new characters on new realms, I tend not to level those characters. I just buy boosts. So a boost is like 60 euros every time. So actually, I get asked quite frequently, what do I spend all my gold on? And the honest answer is I probably spend most of it on boosts. But also, you know, like the new Diablo game, I just pre-order the new Diablo game, use Blizzard balance, there we go, it's all good, you know? In a weird way, most of my gold goes to buy stuff out of the game. Right, I'm almost done with my lunch. Almost there. One last big mouthful. Alrighty. And of course this is just one realm. We're now fully set up on 2 realms. My other realm is looking a lot more profitable than this one. This one just sort of ticks over. And it's a considerably smaller realm, this one, so. But it does have the luxury of that I don't have to cancel scan on this realm anywhere near as much to still make sales, which is good. But I'm going to go get rid of my my bowl. I'm going to go grab a drink, and then we'll do the Wowhead Economy weekly wrap-up, which I've been, you know, teasing that we'll do for about an hour now. I'll be back in a minute, boys and girls. Oh, it's September. It's September. Hit that sub button. Do it.
You just lost $5.
Vinegar 408.
Are we good? This microphone is properly broken. Thank God I've got a new one in the post. I think we're good. Please tell me we're saved. We must be good. Don't bait me like this. We're saved. We're saved. Good. Excellent. Yeah. Thank God there's a new microphone in the post, because this one is properly bust. But Vinegar, though, thank you for the tier 2. Appreciate it. If you're tier 2ing for the TSM groups and operations, your roles will be assigned to you automatically in the Discord. Thank you, appreciate it. But for those who are watching live, we tend to go through this in a YouTube-esque fashion, with the mindset at least of I'll chop this bit of the stream out and I'll put this on the YouTube. A lot of people like to see me go through this on a weekly basis to give my 2 cents on the discussion points. So feel free to post your questions in chat if you're watching live. We'll go through them in a Q&A-esque fashion once we're done. But yes, don't be surprised if my YouTube voice is activated and it sounds like a YouTube video. That is why. So, right then, boys and girls, welcome to the weekly Wowhead wrap-up. This is episode 193. We're closing in on that 200 mark very quickly at this point. Firstly, though, got to give a big shout out to Samadan. He puts the time and effort in to put this post together for us. And if you want to read through it at your own leisure, there'll be links in the description down below, both to Samadan's socials and, of course, to the article itself. Well, what have we got on the table today then? Well, we've got some 9.1.5 PTR updates and the anticipation behind it. There's some mission table results from our friend Zanzaful. There was a first million gold milestone that we should be celebrating. Some information about the Queen's Conservatory, a lesser utilised area of gold making, I believe, at this moment in time. There's Iceberg's top 3 farms, and then some further reading for those that want to dive that little bit deeper. Firstly, before I do this, let me very quickly mute the audio in the sound, in the in-game sound. That's the word I was looking for. That repetitive sound will drive everybody nuts. But alright then, patch 9.1.5, we have some PTR updates and some anticipation. The excitement for all the new changes, customizations coming in 9.1.5 is palpable. Many players who play for very different reasons than high-end raiding or top-tier mythic and PvP are over the moon with the new flexibility and features. From a gold-making perspective, we covered the benefits to alts last week. There are also some notable things that are going on in other areas of gold making. So, one of the things that's coming in patch 9.1.5 is going to be Torghast leveling. Anybody remember freehold boosts from BFA? This could potentially be a new way to carry alts through for fast leveling for gold. Nothing is concrete yet, but there's still very early days and there's some promise here. One thing that we are already somewhat aware of is that it's going to be linked to a daily quest, I believe. You're not going to be able to just power level through Torghast 50 to 60 all the way. There's going to be an actual daily quest, so you can do a Torghast run daily if you wish, and it will give you experience for the quest, but it won't be repeatable. That's the way that it appears to be right now. So if you're doing Threads of Fate, for example, it looks like you'll be able to chip away at the levels through Torghast if you're doing it in multiple sittings over multiple days, but you probably won't be able to, hit level 50 and just grind Torghast all the way to 60. There's going to be some limitations to it for sure. Legendary recycling is coming, with the option to be able to reclaim both Soul Ash and Soul Cinders from crafted legendaries. There may be more incentive for people to change to a different one if players can escape the grind for materials. The high cost of these base items may still be prohibitive, but with more flexibility and choice comes more diversity in buying items. There's a couple of takeaways from the legendary recycling. One, base item sales should increase because of it. Now, obviously that increase is dependent on how many you're selling in the first place. As an average, you'll probably sell more base legendary items after patch 9.1.5 than you would do before so. But also you've got to remember that, you know, patch 9.1.5 isn't a content patch. It's probably not going to bring back huge amounts of players to the game. Many people will be waiting for patch 9.2 before they make their decision whether they come back and play again. So, you know, you're not comparing apples versus apples, unfortunately. In theory, at least, there should be more of a demand because people will be able to scrap their old legendary, get their Soul Ash and Soul Cinders back, in arguably removing one of the bigger bottlenecks for people making the legendaries, and of course, in turn, incentivizing people to go out and buy more base items so that they can recraft whatever it is that they actually want. But Samadan is right when he says that the high cost of the base items may still be prohibitive. My guesstimation is this will be more effective for increasing the sale of rank 4s. You can get a lot of Soul Ash pretty easily now anyway, but rank 4s also tend to be pretty cheap and are getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper every day. There's less people that can craft rank 5s and less people that can even craft rank 6s. So the prices of those, even with the Korthite crystals dropping, are still, you know, a bit higher. If people want to just play around with a new legendary but do it at a arguably competitive level, they can make that rank 4, that 235, pretty cost effectively. It's kind of like the nice middle point. Like, you're not going to make the rank 1 because it's just too low a level item level for you to really gauge whether it's going to be useful to you. And going straight in and trying to craft a rank 6 is both, you know, you got the bottleneck of cinders and it's the most expensive option. So the rank 4 seems to be the happy medium for a lot of people. And if they can scrap their old ones that they may not be using, they may get a huge influx of Soul Ash and Soul Cinders relatively quickly, you know, and then people will want to spend them somewhere. So yeah, it could be a good time for us goblins with this legendary recycling. There are some AoE changes. AoE farms are coming back. Some substantial changes to the cap on how many mobs that get hit with AoE spells and abilities means that farming old content, even with diminished damage, once more becomes viable again. However, the vendor sell price of items is still low. This will mainly benefit those looking to sell transmog or collect recipes. The AoE changes are pretty simple to understand. Currently, at least, you can only hit, in most cases, 5 mobs with an attack. Even if it's an AoE ability, the 6th mob will take no damage. The way they're changing this is that the first 5 mobs will get hit, and then any further, so 6 until, you know, unlimited, will have a diminished amount of damage that they will take. Current level content, this is going to mean that your AoE abilities will hit everybody, but you won't be doing super zerg damage. But that doesn't matter when we go back and we farm past expansion stuff, right? If we want to go, you know, gather up an entire dungeon worth of mobs and then AoE them all down in one swipe, we will now be able to do that. There won't be, it basically will mean that more classes will be able to farm old content for, like what Samadan says, the purpose of transmog or collecting recipes or farming mounts or whatever, and you'll just feel that little bit more powerful again. Getting rid of the AoE restrictions is a big one. It got implemented as a bit of a knee-jerk fix to the lag that was generated by these AoE abilities hitting so many different characters that it would just grind your game to a halt. The server lag got unbearable. Hopefully they've figured out a way to, you know, smooth out that issues, and hopefully we won't, you know, see a whole bunch more lag introduced because of this AoE changes, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Soloing island expeditions, though, this could be quite a cool one. Another niche market was that the island expedition transmog items. With these now being able to be completed solo, the market has become a lot more accessible, and prices may well fall for many of the items in there. We did a little bit of testing of this the other day on stream. We went onto the PTR and we did a little bit of leveling. You can, in theory, now solo island expeditions from level 10. Once you get into BFA, you got to do a couple of the intro quests in BFA for Flynn to go back to the island table. But once he's back at the island table, you can start solo running island expeditions. And not only would I say that the transmog items that come from there, some of them are quite valuable. There's a goal making possibility there. One thing we did note is that the XP gained from the solo island expeditions feels really high. We were getting levels on a, like, I had heirlooms on, but I didn't have any of the heirlooms enchanted, nor did I even have an AoE ability. And I was still able to get like a level every 5 to 8 minutes, which feels very, very, very quick considering it's solo instanced content. So leveling, if it stays the same, obviously it is the first iteration of the PTR, so things may change. But currently the XP that you get from Island Expeditions feels really strong if you want to level those characters and farm up some pets and mounts that you may be missing, and give yourself a chance at some valuable transmog options. Soloing Island Expeditions could be quite a good one. And then there are some legacy loot rule changes for the BFA content. These will be a welcome addition for those wanting to sell and collect items from BFA. Collecting the recipes and the transmog will hopefully be a little bit easier, yes. I've put together a video going through patch notes and what my thoughts are on the new things. This is just a summary of some of the main features that have a bit of a gold making element to them. I put a video up on the channel a few days ago where we went through the full dev notes. We went through everything, regardless of whether it was just a specific goal making thing. So feel free to check that video out if you haven't already seen it. Admittedly, because we're going through all of the patch notes, it was quite a long video. So, you know, sit down, grab a sandwich, get a cup of coffee and enjoy it. Remember to give it a like. If you discover any more or have any other ideas on how all of this affects goal making, please let us know in the comments down below. The comments on the Wowhead articles are usually very interesting. I, for one, am very happy with all of these changes, and there's a real sense that the Blizzard Warcraft development team is listening to the community and opening up channels of communication. Yes, I will second that. It's very good to see that they are, you know, putting in place some of these sort of gripes that many of the community have had. The obvious flip side to that is you would rather that they just fix these things before they become such a problem. Having 50% of your player base stop playing the game before you implement these changes is maybe not the best decision. But hopefully this is a sense of like a refresh on how Blizzard approach things, and hopefully we'll see that, you know, they may listen before it gets to a critical point going forward. We'll have to see. We'll wait for it to happen. Okay, next we have Week 1 mission table results by Zanzafall. Zanzafall, for those who are interested, is currently doing a bit of a challenge on his live streams, where he's trying his utmost to get 50 level 60 characters for the purpose of just zerging mission tables like a madman. We already know that the mission table, once you've at least got it somewhat set up, is super powerful. Not only just from a raw gold perspective, but you get loads of different items that are obviously going to have some value attached to them. These can be materials, these are augment runes, these are pet tokens, even rep tokens. Although it doesn't directly sound like you make gold from farming rep, But every time, once you're exalted, every Paragon box, which is 10,000 reputation, is going to award you. It's about 3,000 gold. So it definitely adds up over time. But of course, there's the prerequisite of you having to be exalted before you start farming these Paragon boxes. But there's always benefits to being exalted with the different factions anyway. But he's put some results together. He was tracking some information over a period of a week, put it all into a spreadsheet. You can check the spreadsheet out for yourself if you wish. Overall, I'm pretty excited to finally have some data in front of me that I can have in mind when I work further on my challenge of setting up 50 characters. For other people considering getting into this, 915 brings a lot of changes that will make the whole process easier. If you do all the missions you can, the mission table cannot self-sustain. Okay, agree to disagree, because mine does, but sure. This can be worked out by doing Shaping Fate and doing the biggest anima world quests that you can find every 1 to 2 weeks to fully sustain how much anima is used on the table per character per day. Additionally, the Shaping Fate will give you 2k reputation and a whole bunch of gold and some Corthite crystals, so it's a pretty good idea to do regardless. I think the point where the mission table isn't self-sustaining is before you have your Covenant Sanctum leveled up. You need your Covenant Sanctum to be at least rank 2 of everything. If you're at least rank 2 for everything, the actual anima rewards that you get from the table are quite more substantial, to the point where they almost end up paying for themselves if you're just spamming missions. By the time your Covenant Sanctum is 3 of 3 of all of the buildings, not just the mission table building itself, not just the adventure table, you have to level everything to 3 of 3, then you generate enough anima from doing the missions. You can spam missions all day long, and you actually almost end up with spare anima after doing such as well. But that's the big problem, right? You've got to spend like 60,000 anima or something like that to get your Covenant leveled up, which is a big ask for. It's a big ask for most people's main characters. Never mind alts. So yes, it is true to say that it's not self-sustainable for most of your alts unless you do an awful lot of work. For reference, it takes about 1 to 3 minutes to collect and send out new missions per character, so not that long. But taking it into consideration, doing it on 50 characters, I mean, yeah, if it's 2 minutes, 3 minutes per character and you're doing it 50 times, that's still a couple of hours a day. Just, clicking the mission buttons, like even on Zerg mode, but sure. The rewards are seeming worth it so far, though. So let's take a look at what he's been able to achieve then. Daily average anima spent per character. See, this is the thing, right? He's spending 665 anima a day sending missions out on his characters. If they were fully ranked up, see, if they're only 1 of 1, for example, that might be why that he's only gaining 315 anima. You basically double the amount of anima that you get by the time your Covenant Sanctum is 3 of 3. Because it adds every time you get a new level of. There's achievements in the game, right? I can't remember what the achievements are called, but you unlock achievements when you get 1 of 1, 2 of 2, 3 of 3 complete. And by the time you've unlocked 3 of 3 on your Sanctum, the amount of anima that you generate from the mission table basically doubles. Which, if you can see that by the time, if you're doubling the anima that you gain from the table, it brings it in line almost perfectly with how much anima that you spend. So it becomes self-sufficient at that point. But the raw gold gained, nearly 1,700 gold a day per character. Not far off what you'd expect by going out and doing a calling. But of course, a calling is going to require you to actually do 3 world quests and could easily take up to 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour maybe, dependent on what those world quests are. 1,000 reputation a day, which means every 10 days you'll get a Paragon box on average, which will give you another 3,000 gold. Getting a bunch of augment runes. Maybe not the most valuable things right now, but when a new raid releases, there's usually a spike in demand for them. 30 pet charms a day. This is actually worth quite a lot more than people give it credit for. It's just that most people don't utilize it. You can spend these pet charms buying pets and then sell the pets. That's the TLDR to it. It obviously requires you to do a little bit more research into which pets you should be buying. But the sensible thing to do is just every time you have enough pet charms, just buy a different pet and then just restock the ones that end up selling, and you'll over time work out which ones sell, and if nothing else you work towards completing your own personal pet collection, so it's a win-win either way. And of course there's the material bags. These can vary greatly because they all contain different things. The enchanting one, for example, is usually quite good. The meat one, on the other hand, is usually not so good. Like, it depends on which missions pop up. It's a bit RNG there. But total values gained across 8 characters, nearly 17,000 anima, nearly 100,000 gold, stacks of reputation, loads of augment runes, and loads of polished pet charms. You could even, with your polished pet charms, if you're doing this at a scale, buy things like the bauble worm, which is 10,000 pet charms for each pet. Pretty expensive, but it's kind of like going to the casino and putting all of your chips on black. When it pays out, it's going to pay out big, but it might take a long time for you to get that big payout kind of thing. But it's good to see. More and more people seem to be focusing on the mission table a little bit more. Since 9.1, the anima restriction of being able to, constantly play the mission table on alts is a lot less. Anima just gets thrown at you now. And like I said previously, by the time you've leveled up your Covenant Sanctum, the actual rewards you get anima-wise from the mission table basically cover the cost of sending out your characters on the mission on the missions themselves. So there is a point where it does self-sustain. It just takes a little while to get there. But yeah, do it. Get your alts leveled up. Get them into Torghast. Get them their ult. Get them their companions. Get their campaign complete on those characters, and get churning out these missions, because it's probably not quite as lucrative as what the Legion mission table or even the Warlords of Draenor mission table were. But those were arguably broken beyond belief in the first place anyway. So this is definitely one of the most... you can spend the least amount of time on a daily basis to receive the highest ratio of rewards, I think. Way more valuable than callings, way more valuable than just doing your Shaping Fate quest, way more valuable than even posting auctions up, I would feel, at this point. But of course it's got its limitations, and there's quite a lot of stuff you have to do to begin with. But some good data. We love ourselves some data. Congratulations, Zanzibar, keep it up, and I wish you well on your journey to 50 level 60s. That's going to be quite an achievement. Next though, we have the first million milestone. Getting your first million gold in WoW is kind of a rite of passage for many, and a worthy milestone to achieve. Oh, Howdy there shares their experience and thoughts about reaching a million gold and what to aim for next. This is true. It's often overlooked within the gold making community that actually that first million gold is by far the hardest million to get your hands on. Mainly because it's at that, before you have all of that liquid gold, you're often working usually very hard for every single piece of gold that you gain. You're usually doing a lot of farming. You may be investing in things and not seeing a return on those investments very quickly, which keeps your overall gold value low. But once you break past that million gold mark, it tends to snowball. If you can get a million gold, you usually then can look at spending some... You don't get a million gold and then just get 2 instantly. You have to spend a lot of that million gold, but you can spend it on stuff, and you can spend it aggressively enough to be able to turn it into a lot more gold a lot quicker. But let's see what they said. Let's see how they did it, and we'll see if there's anything we can take from this. So, started WoW at the beginning of the year. Shortly after, got into using TSM to help organise my stuff. got pretty into flipping transmogs and mounts, and tonight I broke 1 million gold. Most of the growth came in the last month when I decided to stop buying stuff. Yes, this is usually the way that it happens. Buying stuff I didn't actually need and thought I might save some gold. I feel like the next million will be pretty quick. It's been fun, but now I feel like I don't even play the game that much. I'm just looking for great deals on the auction house and posting. I'm not sure if I actually care though. I like making the money in game, but I might have to cut back on my daily postings so I don't get burnt out. I'm not sure I want to make the entire game centered around managing my TSM, although it is fun right now. Yeah, this is something that's very good to take away from this, that I know that I'm probably one of the worst ones for just sitting at the auction house playing with my TSM, buying stuff and reselling stuff. The times that I venture out into the real world of Azeroth are few and far between. But as long as you still do it and you're having fun doing it, then go ahead. But it's when it starts to become a bit of a chore. I'm already right now, for example, at the point where I know I'm listing too many auctions. It takes me too long every day to log on to my realms and just relist auctions. I need to, streamline it a little bit more so that I can just, get the maintenance done really quickly and then spend more time doing the other things that are more enjoyable. Yeah, the real world of Shadowlands, exactly, yeah. Not IRL, nobody goes there. That place is scary. There's like real people to talk to and stuff, it's odd. Do you guys struggle with this dilemma? Actually playing versus goal making, is 1 million even a lot? I imagine most seasoned players out there have much more, but it feels like it's a fair bit to me when considering the max is 10. Well, yeah, only per character, but sure. Saving up to get a Brutosaur is my goal, I think. Oh, somebody going to give him the bad news. But sure, I guess I'll have to get Shadowlands when I get closer to... Whoa, hang on. I guess I'll have to get Shadowlands when I get closer to Gold Cap so I can see the black market. Oh, okay, so they know that you have to... Okay, this dude doesn't even have Shadowlands yet. Well, there we go, that's even more of an achievement then. That just goes to show, you don't even need the most recent profession to be somewhat... to be somewhat wealthy in the game. Am I missing out on a lot of money by not having purchased Shadowlands yet? Well, obviously not. You can see that there's a screenshot here of what they've been buying, what they've been selling. Interestingly, they're not actually selling a huge amount of like super high ticket items. You can see here that like a Reign of Poseidus, for example, is the top item that they've sold. They're basically they're basically flipping, which is quite an advanced thing to get good at early on in your sort of gold making career. You can see how they've done it though. They've sort of, every time they've had a bunch of gold, they've not been too scared to spend it again, which is why the graph is pretty spiky. It goes up and, they tend, for a long time, they sort of capped out at about 160k, 150k. When they got that much, they'd spend it on something or a bunch of things. And then they went up to about 250k for a while doing the same thing. When you hit, when you've sold enough, you can buy some more stuff. Go look for those deals. That's why the graph goes spiky. And it's at this point here you can tell where they were like, right, I'm done buying stuff. Let me just stop buying stuff now. Let me just focus on selling what I have. And they very quickly, this must have been off the back of a few days of some big sales. It'd be interesting to see a bit of a greater breakdown on what this was. But they sold a lot of stuff. They maybe bought something and then sold it again very quickly. But you can see the point in where they stopped buying stuff and just sold out what they had, basically liquidate their stock. That's when the gold comes in. So this is really cool to see. Especially all the more impressive by the fact that it's all done without Shadowlands. So that goes to show, we were talking earlier in the stream today how there's still a lot of stuff that's valuable from the past expansion. Past expansions, there's like 8 of them at this point, so there's lots of stuff out there. People still want a lot of the stuff. Not even having access to Shadowlands, it's still possible to be a WoW millionaire, which is kind of quite cool. Big kudos to oh howdy there. Good job. So congratulations on reaching hopefully the first milestone of many. We all make gold in WoW for many different reasons, but often it's the actual fun of making the gold that is entertaining and keeps us playing the game. Yes, very true. Do it while you enjoy doing it. Don't do it if you don't enjoy doing it. Pretty straightforward. Next topic then, we've got the Queen's Conservatory gold making. I said earlier that the Queen's Conservatory is an often underutilized thing for making gold. It has a lot of potential to it, but I think there's a lot of unknowns with the Queen's Conservatory. I did a huge amount of testing on this in the beta of Shadowlands, but since the game has actually been live, I've not really focused on it much at all, as it turned out to be just way too slow compared to the mission table. It has a similar reward structure to the mission table, but with the downside of it being something that you can maintain it like once every 3 days. It was a little bit too slow. But either way, let's take a little look at what some of the potentials is. So, for quite a while, my only concern with the Queen's Conservatory was to get the mogs and the mounts, which at this point has mostly been done. After completing the final mount, I decided to dig into the lazy gold making potential of some of the trade materials that you get from the satchels. I then built up a personal database and recently filled in the gaps to be relatively comprehensive. So, understanding how the satchels give loot. There are quality catalysts and there are quantity catalysts. There are additionally time catalysts as well that we'll talk about, but the quality catalysts modify the satchels by adding higher quality materials to the satchel. For example, a novice satchel that is rolled with enchanting materials would contain sacred shards and soul dust, but a journeyman or a rare satchel would then also include eternal crystals. From my research, there is no difference in satchel yields between journeyman artisan. However, this doesn't take into account the RNG of getting one of the 2 battle pets from 2 quality catalyst upgrades. There is no quality change to 3 catalysts, and 4 catalysts always produce the Spirit Tender satchel, which is the one with a palatable feast and a flask in there. Oh, that's interesting, flasks. Maybe they've changed up the loot tables a little bit then since the game's gone live. For my testing on the beta, there's for those who are aware of the Queen's Conservatory, you have the big seeds and then the quantity of catalysts that connect to those seeds. Once you've maxed out your Queen's Conservatory, you get the seed right at the very back, which is connected to 4 different catalysts. You basically want, from my memory, 1 quality catalyst and 3 quantity catalysts. That was the for my past testing, the best combination to go for that plot. That would give you a really big bag of loot with mostly good stuff in it, and that kind of worked really quite well. If you use the time catalysts, it can reduce the time for a spirit to germinate, let's use a gardening term, from 3 days all the way down to only an hour if you use lots of time catalysts. But this is usually not too possible to do, because every time you're using a time catalyst, you're not using a quantity or a quality one. This is the problem, right? You kind of want to focus more so on getting better quality and quantity satchels than you do making them quicker to generate, because you'll come to a point where you don't have the spirits to plant, So zerging them all really quickly is usually not the best plan of action, at least for my testing at least anyway. But anyway, math it out and then how to plant. So the US region market pricing, I found the optimal planting cycle to be 3-day cycles. Yeah, just ignore the time catalysts basically. Technically, if you were to babysit the 3 and 4 plots hourly, you could churn out more gold, particularly if you have access to excess spirits. This is the thing, you'll burn through all of the spirits. These will be the bottleneck if you try and use too many time catalysts. That method only gains about 300 to 500 gold an hour, but it's fairly passive if you are logged in and just check it on a regular with minimum effort. See, this becomes the problem, right? This becomes the big problem, that it's just too slow. Compared to the mission table, the Queen's Conservatory is just too slow. It can return, once you've got it leveled, a considerably large quantity of materials, but it's too slow. That's the big problem that I always had. Second, for you to get your Queen's Conservatory up and running, you need it at tier 5. You need to have spent disgusting amounts of anima to level the goddamn thing up in the first place. Whereas the mission table, you can be up and running really quite quickly. This was the problem I had with utilising the Queen's Conservatory. But if you have lots of alts and you are doing the mission table on those alts, there's a good chance that you've gone Night Fae, because the Night Fae mission table is, or at least the troops for the Night Fae mission table are OP. So get in there, and any of the spirits that you gain from the mission table, you should probably go and use those in your Queen's Conservatory as well. And it's a bonus, right? It should be considered a bonus. I wouldn't focus solely on the Queen's Conservatory as a goal-making method, because it is slow, but as a byproduct of leveling up your mission table, I would say that it probably goes hand in hand quite nicely. So while this is not a huge amount to seasoned gold makers, it's something simple and you can keep it active on a second screen relatively easily. Thank you to Snowpoint for sharing the data. Yes, data's good. Like, data drives, solid information. So somebody putting it together, check out the Google document if you wish to go and see, a little bit more granular approach to how they did it. But it's a good system to go alongside your mission table if you happen to be Night Fae. Right then, next we've got Iceberg's top 3 farms. User Iceberg265 has put together a summary video of their top 3 farms that they like to do now and their reasons why. So in this video I give top 3 gold farms I'm running this month and giving my reasons why. Here is the video. Oh, it doesn't say what they actually are. Okay, Vashir leveling and farming. Vashir leveling and farming, okay. Scarlet Monastery for transmog, I can see that. And then patch 9.1 farming. Okay, I've not seen this video. And for the purpose of not completely schemazzing somebody else's video, I'm not going to watch it here and now. Samadan's obviously watched this. He's chosen to put it in this weekly economy wrap up because it must contain at least some good nuggets of information, so go check it out. I'm going to be honest, I've not heard of Iceberg. Presumably he's maybe a little bit newer to the goal making thing, but if he's putting video content out there, it's probably worth giving it a little bit of a look. It's a well thought out top 3 video and varied in the different farms, so there's something for each farming playstyle. I will always caveat any quotes for amount of gold made is entirely server and luck dependent, so treat any gold per hour amounts as a general guide at best. Well, there we go then. Maybe we'll do a little react to this video at some point. See if it's any good. Give it some exposure if it's valuable. But for the purpose of this, I'll trust Samadan when he says that it's worthwhile. You should maybe go check it out. But there we go, boys and girls. That is the Wowhead Weekly Economy. This was episode 193. Thanks again once to Samadan for putting this together. If you like this kind of video, boys and girls, please remember to give the video a like. It really does help support the channel. It tells YouTube that you enjoyed it, and it tells YouTube to maybe promote it to other like-minded individuals that might enjoy it too. If you enjoy this on the regular, maybe consider hitting that subscribe button. We post videos 2-3 times a week, more often than not, on the YouTube channel, mainly focused on the goal making and economy side of World of Warcraft. So I hope you enjoyed, but I'll catch you guys next time. Peace. That was the YouTube video. Do we check comments? Do we check comments? There's only 4, so it can't be that much of a shit show. But do we check comments? It's fun to do, but again, the time doesn't make it very lucrative compared to other things in Shadowlands. Danny, I assume we were talking about the Queen's Conservatory for that one, but yes, I agree. Stopped doing it 2 weeks ago as I needed the time for other stuff, but we'll try again as I'll upgrade it to rank 4 today. Yeah, the fact that you have to have it leveled up so far before it even really starts coming into play is one of the big issues. You want comments? Feels weird hearing the end of a YouTube video being said right on it as it's a stream. Yeah, I know, it's a bit, you know. The comments are light and tame, nothing there. Okay, let's have a look. Let's take a little look. Can't figure out how to make gold with polished pet charms. Can anybody kindly explain? Lots of pets to buy, cage them, resell them. Guess collectors don't bother doing pet charms or working out pet charms, so they buy them. Oh, okay, cool, fine. It was just pets. Nothing tragic this week. No drama in the comment section. What's this iceberg video then? Is this? Has anybody seen this? Is this any good? Should we I don't want to, like I said, I don't particularly want to, I didn't want to do a react to it per se for the YouTube video, but we can watch it on stream. I'm sure you won't mind a bit of exposure. We'll watch it on stream. Let's have a little look. Oh, it's only a 3-minute video. That's not too bad then. I was very concerned that this was going to be a 20-minute, you know. Let's kill the tunes then. Where's the tunes at? Kill those for a minute. Let's take a little looky then.
Hey, it's Mike with Iceberg Gaming. Today I'm showing you the top 3 gold farms for September of 2021.
Okay, so they are solely gold farms then. September's top 3 best World of Warcraft Shadowland gold making guides. That's a very impressive SEO title right there. I'll give him that.
These are my favorite farms at the moment, the farms I'm running the most.
Taking inspiration from Student Albatross
Coming in
there.
at number 3 is questing in Korthia with dual gathering professions. Now I am
keep it
running
simple.
with mining and herbalism on my main, but skinning is also very good for Korthia, especially when certain quests are up. But the reason that I'm doing these quests is for the Korthite crystals along with the gathering materials. And the reason this farm is lower on the list and not number 1 is because the price of the materials has been steadily dropping. And
yeah, boo-hoo on the Korthite crystal price. I'd imagine now that, especially considering Nightshade is also tanked into the ground, that you'll probably find this is just something it's what I would consider a byproduct farm. So it's actually more going to be the case that when you're out running Korthia, you're doing Korthia for many reasons, right? You're probably doing it to do the Shaping Fate. If you happen to be a miner, then the Elysium there can't be all that bad. That's very true. The Elysium is still going to be nicely valuable. I mean, Korthite crystals are neither here nor there anymore. In most realms, they're like 200 gold a piece at this point. But you're probably in Korthia for many reasons. So all of those reasons combined, sure. If you're doing your Shaping Fate and you happen to be a miner, don't run past an Elysium node. But this isn't really what I'd consider a farm, because A farm is something that you should, in theory, be able to do repeatedly and get similar as if you do it for 1 hour, you should get a certain amount of materials. If you do it for 5 hours, you should get 5 times those materials. Where you can't necessarily do that other than just maybe some herb and mining. But we'll see. Let's keep going.
Keep dropping a little bit more. It's currently about half to a quarter of the price it was at the start of 9.1, but this is still an excellent farm. Check the 9.1 guide up on my channel. It is a YouTube short. Coming in at number 2 for this month is Scarlet Monastery. This is a transmog farm.
Scarlet
It
Monastery,
is one of the best and one of my favorite transmog farms. You can expect to get generally between 50 and 100,000 gold per hour. Unless you are lucky enough to get one of the super rare items, then you'll get a lot more. I generally find at least 1 to 2 mid-level transmog items per run. That's why I really enjoy this farm. It is very nice and short and easy. Also,
I've seen Zanzaful farm this place like a bajillion times. I know if you are going to go out and do some transmog farming, this is probably a reasonable one to do. It's a simple-ish route, and it does have. There are some big ticket items that can help. But it's a transmog farm. Like, please ignore any of the gold values that are given because they're all 100% speculative.
So it's definitely one to check out. Coming in at number 1 on my list for this month is my Vashjir gold mining and herbalism farm. This is number 1 on my list for 2 reasons. First of all, it is excellent gold per hour.
What's Vashjir doing for then? Obsidian ore and Ashara's Veil
gold per hour, depending on market prices at the time. And it is very steady and easy. It is definitely a beginner farm. And the second reason that I really like this farm is that it is one of my favorite ways to level, especially if you're running a druid. You can very quickly and easily level from 30 to 50 using this method. In fact, all of my druid alts level from 30 to 40 using this method.
Actually, thinking about it, considering that you're swimming, it doesn't even rely on flying. Is your swim speed comparable? Is it considered a travel form? So do you move while swimming at the same speed as you would fly? Pain in the ass to do if not on a druid. I at this point, if you're farming on anything but a druid, you're just doing it wrong. But sure, you can boost the swim speed here, which makes it really good. You move super fast with the Vashjir movement speed that you get at the beginning of the zone. Oh, okay, so that makes some sort of sense. That there's a few perks and bonuses to make this zone specifically. For starters, Ashara's Veil as a herb is usually pretty valuable, and the reason it's pretty valuable is often because you have it goes into the flasks that are needed to make the vial of the sands. I think if I remember that right, and it's a pain in the ass to farm. Like most of the time, people just can't be bothered to get it because you've got the Cinder Bloom and the Whiptail, which you just do laps up and down Oldham, and you get those 2 herbs. But the Ashara's Veil you don't get there. You can either go to Tol Barad and run around the little river, which you end up wasting most of your time because you're waiting for respawns, or you have to go here and swim and do stupid stuff that people don't like. So Ashara's Veil is usually actually quite valuable for a past expansion herb. And it's kind of cool to see that if you are a druid and you get the speed buff, and it's a good wombo combo, right? If you're leveling and you're gathering some stuff at the same time, and you're a druid, and you've got herbalism and mining, if you make the stars align, then it's probably quite good use of your time.
And then I generally incorporate other farms from 40 to 50, but this is, in my opinion, the fast and best way to level from 30 to 40 on a druid, in addition to being an excellent gold farm.
Apart from Ghost Iron Ore. But sure, yeah. Either way, that still feels pretty solid as a little farm. Not one I would have thought of. I mean, I can't necessarily agree that these are Shadowlands gold making farms, but sure, I understand the benefit of a nicely worded title. It's nice to see that there's not huge gold numbers in the title, sure. And if it's the farms that this dude enjoys doing, then all the better to him. So we'll actually give that thumbs up. We'll hit him up with a subscribe as well. There we go. If I'm going to pilfer his video for the purpose of some stream content, I should at least, return the favour. Not too bad at all. I'll link the video in chat. One of the least egregious gold making videos I've seen in recent times. Not going too deep into, this is 1,000,000 gold an hour because I happen to get a piece of transmog that's artificially inflated in price. Reasonably good. I like. Good job, Iceberg. Nice and short and to the point. Yeah, 3-minute video covering 3 different locations. Bingo. Love that stuff. Love that stuff. Cool. Let's get back into the game. This was the go-to farm back in Kata to get the herbs and inks for the cards. Oh, I see. See, sometimes it's good to dig up these old, old farms, because the way that gold making tends to work a lot of the time is the thing that is most profitable is the one thing that people are ignoring. Which is why, like, if you go onto Student Albatross's YouTube channel, click on all videos and close your eyes and scroll and then go stop and watch that video from 6 months ago, 3 years ago, and do whatever's in that video, because it's not the most recent, most talked about video of the time, it's probably quite valuable again.
You just lost $5.
Quixen. Hello, goblins.
Quixen, how we doing? Thank you very much for the tier 1. Were you on a 2-month streak there, my man? Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, one thing I do want to do is create some more content that is more targeted towards entry-level gold makers. I know a lot of people like the content that I put out because it's that little bit more advanced, but it naturally doesn't help, bring new people up to that point. I need to find that happy balance between the two, is what I would like to do. But, well, we've done a few things already today. What are we, like, a couple of hours into the stream? We've done the weekly economy report. I've done a relist of my auctions over on Sylvanas. Do we think that we should maybe go and have a little look on our NA character? We've not given him much love recently. Do I even have the Battle.net account open for that? I do not. Let's open a second Battle.net account. Let's take that off screen so I don't give away stuff accidentally. Let's log. Let me see if I can remember my NA credentials. Should have done this earlier. Let's log ourselves in. Right. Let's head over to our NA account. Let's see if he sold anything. I've not done. Yeah, we've taken our eye off the ball on our NA realm a little bit. I've been trying to keep up with reposting my auctions, so we should see some sales. We're still only level 44. We really need to. They're rookie numbers right now. We need to up our game. We actually could do with going out and doing some farming, as much as I hate to say it. Level that. Yeah, I know. I need to get some levels under his belt. The problem is it's the very first character, so I can't use the cheaty cheaty, easy skip methods of leveling, I have to go through BFA, which is gross. Which is slowing me down and making it more more frustrating for me to do. But do we have anything on the auction house right now? No, nothing on the auction house. That's not a good start. Hopefully that's because it's all sold, but probably not. Oh, we have 5k worth of sales. We'll take 5k worth of sales. Let's grab everything else though. My desire initially to make this NA Toon a bit of a Let's Play series on YouTube is failed miserably. I think I did one video on day one and that was it. Let's get these listed back up again. Oh, hang on, why are these groups invalid? Oh, I know why those groups are invalid. BFA, ouch, my condolences. Yeah, it's yeah, a bit of a sorry state of affairs. That it feels bad, you know, that brand new players to the game are. I kind of know why Blizzard have done it. Sure, I get it that they want, you know, to railroad or they want to guide the first time you play the game. They want to hold you by the hand and guide you through it. But people don't play games like that anymore nowadays. If people are leveling a character and they think it takes too long, what's the very first they do? Very first thing they do is they Google it or they jump on YouTube for a leveling guide. How can I level this character faster? And then every leveling guide will tell you, oh yeah, just, you know, activate Chromie time, pick up flying, and go farm some Ghost Iron ore. Doesn't work if you're on your first character because you can't. You don't have access to Chromie time. It's a bit unfair for those new characters. Check Korthite crystal prices, US price, not EU. NA Korthite crystal prices on Area 52, 235 gold. With a regional average of 437. The regional sale average is taking a while to catch up. Still have nightmares over the scrapper and tide spray braces. Oh my days, yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Buy a boost. Well, you see, that's the thing, right? That it's almost as if Blizzard make the first leveling experience so gross that you actually just want to buy a boost to get past it. I bought 700 crystals for like 90 gold a piece 2 days ago. Ouch. Ouch for the person selling 700 crystals at 90 gold a piece, but GG for you making legendaries on the cheap. What's that? That's a good. It's nearly 20 legendaries for like super cheap. Nice. I mean, we're we're nowhere near legendaries at this point, but we will get to level 60. Maybe let's go do a couple of levels. You know, we've got about an hour or so left of the stream today, so maybe we'll just go do some levels. Get 44 looking better than 44. We need to up those numbers. They're a bit rookie right now. If we can get to 48, I reckon we can get to 48 in an hour. If we can get to 48, then of course we can, you know, start Shadowlands and we can go through that way. I'm almost tempted to just hold off leveling this. Oh no, because I won't have the luxuries of the skip because I won't have done it the first time. Ah! God, there's me thinking that I'll just wait till 9.1.5 and skip the campaign and, you know, have all of the... No, I can't even do that. I'm going to be leveling in Shadowlands on foot. Ouch. Is it normal for the item variations options to not stay saved? Yes. Yeah, every time you reload and log back in, it will default back to specific item. Which is, yeah, I agree, is almost, is kind of annoying considering it would be nice to set what you have as default. 99 times out of 100, I want that thing set to be item level, but hey, Have to do the Moor again? Well, yeah, I know. Yeah. We're going to have to do the Moor intro quest. We're going to have to level in Shadowlands on foot. there's loads of stuff we're going to have to do on this dude to get him to 60. Did you ever play the vanilla private servers? No. No. Never ventured into the private server scene. Because if I'm honest, like playing vanilla before Classic was out was never really something that grabbed my interests. War opening wasn't that bad, it's just too much RP. Yeah, that's the main problem for me. I don't mind doing it. The doing it's not the problem. It's actually really efficient for XP and leveling. But the downside is you stand waiting for Jaina to run her mouth for hours. Like the amount of RP sections in it is just too many. It's all right when you're doing it the first time and you're learning the story and you're experiencing the role playing side of the game. But when you're doing it again, just give me a skip button. Even if we don't have all of life's luxuries like flying and chromie time and all of that, at least what we can do is make the whole process a little bit more manageable with the aid of Zygor. God bless Zygor. Maybe it's at this point I should turn on my sellout mode for Zygor. There we go. If you wish to level fast and support the channel, check out Zygor for yourself. Ran it 12 times, never doing it again. Yeah, I know. I feel as if I've done the intro quest way more times than I would like to. Hang on, we're meant to be doing. So are we herbing these? No. Why are we doing these? We're getting seeds off them or something. Sprinkle water, quenching a withered. Oh, okay. We're meant to be doing something with these, planting the seeds there. Now I see. I'm with you. If you're gonna use Zygor, at least read the text so you know what to do. My last intro quest took 20 days to finish. You just couldn't hack it. What up, Joby? Good to see you. Welcome in. Five of 8. Do I need to gather seeds from these dudes? I do. Yeah, there we go. Oh, this feels like the Tiller's farm all over again. Running around planting seeds. Been here the whole time, my dude? Oh. Either you said hi and I missed it, or you didn't say hi. Had a weird Christmas this weekend. Somebody bought a full set of 230 gear, and they were all double haste ones at 19k each. Of course, most of them were put back on the auction house later. At random stat 230 prices, and a few slots were below crafting costs, so I just bought them back. Feel sorry for the person, and the spectral squirrel finally paid off. Well, there we go. It's interesting to see. I've encountered a bunch of people having issues listing and posting the double stat gear. Probably since we worked out how to do it, and I somewhat publicised it. But it's obviously something that's well, let me put it this way. Blizzard haven't changed it. They haven't fixed it. But neither have TSM yet. So somebody needs to make a move. Either Blizzard need to decide it's not meant to be a thing and it is actually a bug and fix it, or I would prefer it if TSM would release an update to actually support the double stack gear properly. Oh, hang on. Was I meant to plant them and then water them? Oh, Jesus. This is the Tiller's farm all over again. Oh, no, it's these things. Okay. I'm not paying any attention to what's going on here, am I? Thanks for the channel for suggesting the double haste. Yeah, I mean, it obviously goes to show, right? In the hands of the right person, they're valuable. The problem comes, though, when that same person, whilst they are knowledgeable in terms of what gear they should have, they're not quite knowledgeable to read a tooltip that says unique equipped. So, you can't have everything. Leveled up my tunes on BFA Treasures Herbalism from 50 to 52, much faster, but you need flying. Yeah, see, it's another example of a luxury that we don't have. You Goldmakers and your squirrels. It's quite funny, right? They're actually implementing a spectral squirrel for Night Fae. So now I really will be distracted by the spectral squirrels, as they'll physically be in game. I thought we should put together a raid of 20 Night Fae characters, right? And next time, or when 915 launches, I get a dog again. Hello, dog. When 915 launches and Samadan's streaming, we should all put together a raid of Night Fae spectral squirrels and go visit Samadan. Really distract him properly. Why can I not water this dude? Has he already been watered? Maybe I've already watered him. Doesn't look like he's watered. That one's broken. Person must be burnt so badly I didn't see any 200 double haste sold afterwards. Well, it's a goblin's prerogative, right, to make as much gold as they can. That's what I mean. Otherwise, you wouldn't be doing it. So don't feel too bad when situations like that happen. I mean, I know for a lot of you, I don't need to give you that disclaimer because you're just evil. But for ones with a moral compass, then don't feel too bad about it. The source of the problem. We're going up this way, are we? Plenty of herbs to pick up en route, though. And with this rested experience, we're getting a big stack of experience from the gathering, which is good. Right, where are we going? Let's grab these herbs while we're here. Guys, herbs all over the place, look. Herbs for days. And a treasure chest. Nice little monolite deposit. What's monolite going for nowadays? What's the going rate on this? 43 gold a piece. Min buyout, 40 gold a piece. Damn. Area 52. What a crazy place. Made some double masteries for hunters, sold well. Yeah, BM hunters would be all over that. Makes their pet more deeps. More good. Although hunters general rule of thumb for hunters is they don't really care so much about secondary stats because it's actually kind of balanced. For once. But either way, yeah, I mean, if you craft them, you sell them, you make a profit, winning. I'm inspecting a reservoir, apparently. Click on the loose boulder. There's a loose boulder? Is it one of these things? Hang on, my graphic settings are... they're on 0, that's why I can't see any sparkly stuff. No, still can't see a boulder. What's going on here then? It's because I'm not in the right place. Oh, here, look. Haha. The big rock. Oh, that's a big water snake. Boom. Oh, we can't even loot him. Spend all that time swatting a massive great big snake and we can't even loot him. Must remember the latency difference. Shouldn't leave that quite so close. Oh god damn, we're going miles up. Okay, sure. Hey Trot, welcome in. How we doing? Good to see ya. Relic Hunter Hazak. Now, do we bother wasting our time killing him? I can't remember if the rares are actually worthwhile killing or not. Some expansions they are, some expansions they're not, but let's see. I need to remember to heal Gruffhorn. We're not indestructible. We don't have heirlooms. 2,500 experience. Kind of worth. It's like picking up 2 herbs. Where's the herb? Is it under here? Yeah, there it is. Try to fly to Temple Akunda. Why does it say try to fly? Why is it not just fly? That, okay. Oh, is it because we haven't got the flight point yet? That would make sense, sure. Yeah, I should probably put a shift in to get this dude some levels, you know. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. I've not got anything specifically planned for tomorrow's stream. Maybe we'll just go full on Zerg mode. Try and get this dude some levels. Get him close. Get him at least into Shadowlands. Because if he's at least in Shadowlands, we can start doing a bit more constructive goal making. I'm at the point now where I'm just getting more and more frustrated with not being max level and being super inefficient because it's the first character. I knew this time would come though, right? I knew I would hit the wall where I just get annoyed by the fact that we don't have life's little luxuries that you usually have. Now I wanted to take it slow and I wanted to take it steady and I wanted to, you know, do a bit of farming, generate some wealth that way. But I'm going to be honest, I almost feel as if I want to fall back into my natural habits of just flipping stuff on the auction house to make gold. Because the downside of this whole series for me was that I can't forget what I already know. And I know that I can very easily, with like 2 minutes a day, you know, buy a bunch of stuff, flip it on the auction house, have it sell by the next day. And just rinse and repeat until we have enough gold to cover the cost of the things we want to buy, and then we're off to the races. Someone on my realm just got Hall of Fame achievement for Sylvanas, an Alliance guild. I mean, I imagine there's still some Alliance spots for the Hall of Fame. I can't imagine there's many Horde spots. Oh, damn, I didn't mean to tag that one. Off to start my morning routine. Have a good day. Cheers, Danny. See you soon. Enjoy the rest of your day. Yesterday, an Alliance guild got a mythic kill too. Yeah, it's at a point where it's borderline ridiculous now. It used to just be the fact that, you know, there was a slight imbalance between Horde and Alliance when it came to you know, which faction was like marginally better for raiding. But the problem is that marginal imbalance has been a thing for so long at this point. How did I die? It's been a thing for so long that it's just meant that the decision to, well, should I roll Horde or should I roll Alliance, has just been, well, I'll roll Horde for so long that it's almost unrepairable at this point. Because, like, if you want to do anything even remotely competitive, you kind of need to be Horde. And you don't... People get butthurt when you tell them you need to do something. Now, you can, of course, choose to go against the grain, and you can still be Alliance and still try to be competitive, but you're naturally at a huge disadvantage before you even begin. I play Horde because my friends play Horde? Yeah, and why do you think they rolled Horde? They probably played Horde because their friends played Horde. Why did they play Horde? Well, because Horde was competitive. It all filters down to be the same thing, right? The Horde Hall of Fame closed 3 weeks ago. Well, there we go. And I would imagine for Alliance guilds, the Hall of Fame is probably less than half full. Probably. Feels like a social issue at this point. I mean, for the most part, people don't care what faction they play. They pick their faction based on what they want to do in game, or, like was just previously mentioned, what their friends are playing. The big factor of getting into this game, because it's an MMO, is I would imagine a good, I don't know, I couldn't state what the percentage is, but I would imagine a good percentage of the people that start playing this game start playing on the referral of a friend that already plays. Now, if you have a friend that's already playing the game, you are 100 times more likely to choose the same faction that they are, because, you know, it's an MMO. The thought process is that you play the game together. Biggest NA Alliance servers, Storm Rage, and it's not even close to the size of Area 52 or Illidan. Yeah, that sounds probably about right. I mean, in the on the EU realms, for example, you have you basically have three or four massively populated Horde servers for each reasonably populated Alliance server. Because you have Silvermoon, sorry. Silvermoon is probably the most populated Alliance guild on the EU. But that is still behind 3 even bigger Horde guilds. So it doesn't take a genius to work out that the faction imbalance is like 75 to 25 at least of actual, you know, somewhat active players. At this point, the imbalance just has to be intentional. Well, I think it's just I'm of the belief it's just a problem that's just got out of hand, you know? Like, it's just one of those small things that only appeared to be a small thing until it's a big thing, and by the time it's a big thing, it's unfixable. And we're kind of at that point now. Like, the faction imbalance has got so ridiculous it was mentioned the other day, I think it might have been you that mentioned it, that the only real way to fix it now would be to make Alliance outrageously overpowered compared to Horde to persuade people to switch faction. But that's a band-aid fix in terms of all that does is it just moves the problem to in the other direction. I think it's so out of hand at this point that the scale is too heavy on one end now. If it was kind of just off by a little bit, you can correct it and you can bring it back in line. But the scale's way too far off now. I genuinely feel that they either just lean into it, and just, you know, give people free faction transfers, and let people do whatever the hell they want. If they want to play Alliance, play Alliance. If they want to play Horde, play Horde. It's going to cause a bit of a problem when it comes to PvP. I mean, Battlegrounds are already ridiculous, right? The queue length is already just bonkers for Horde because there's not enough Alliance. And like Classic was a good example of this, that it was so lopsided in Classic that did they actually implement the single faction Battleground queues? Like you would end up queuing again, you know, you would take the appearance of an Alliance player just to, you know, get a queue to pop. I mean, they'd have to maybe just make PvP just, you know, not really care too much about the faction thing. That's permanently active in TBC now. Well, there we go then. That goes to show that, like, when it's broken beyond repair, you just have to lean into it. Like, just let it do its thing, but just make the areas to where it was a problem, make those problems not so much of a problem anymore. Free faction transfers would do it. Stop charging people to change faction. I mean, heck, add it to the barber. We can already change gender nowadays in the game. Why not allow us to change our faction in the game? Like, take it out of the store. Don't make people have to pay for it. Like, lean into it that way. If people want to play Horde, let them play Horde. If they want to play Alliance, let them play Alliance. But don't restrict how they do that anymore. I mean, you can argue money, sure, but I'm sure Blizzard would rather have people playing the game than not playing the game. At this point, they can't be that greedy. When you have the best product on the market and you have an abundance of new people wanting to play every day, then you can be greedy. Blizzard are not in the position where they can be greedy right now. If we get free faction changes, even more people would go Horde. Yeah, but if the problems of everybody being the same faction disappear, then what's the problem, right? Because if we look at the scenarios where it matters, allow cross-faction raiding, allow cross-faction guilds. I don't know, just dilute the importance of being one faction or another over time until you get to a point where you can inevitably just, you know, it's not a problem anymore. And sure, there's been 15, 20 years of however long it's been, there's been this, you know, it's Horde or Alliance, you know, you got Team Horde, or you got Team Red, or you got Team Blue, or that's cool and all, but it doesn't matter if nobody's playing the game. So the higher importance is to keep people playing the game. Like, are you gonna let the game die on principle of that you must have this Horde versus Alliance? Or are you going to do something about it, rescue the game at, you know, at the expense of the faction war not being so much of a thing? I mean, I'd rather have a game to play than not, you know. Fortunately, Blizzard have put them in this they've put themselves in a bit of a sticky situation that only they can fix. And unfortunately, the fix is probably not going to be the outcome that they would have liked. But they shouldn't have backed themselves into a corner in the first place. Low population realms don't help either. Doesn't seem to be much realm connections being done recently. They tend to do that sort of stuff between expansions. It's usually at the end of an expansion they look at doing realm mergers. They tend not to do much of that mid expansion. I can't really think of a solid reason why, but it just tends to be how it like any systems based stuff. Because I'm sure there's it's more complicated than just, you know, connecting a line from one to another. I'm very sure behind the scenes it's actually more complicated. And system-y stuff like that tends to happen between expansions. The game's evolved far too far to be just a Horde vs Alliance thing. Yeah, I mean, realistically, especially, I mean, nowadays as well. Like BFA, at least with BFA, we had separate continents and it kind of made sense that you were one or the other. And you would see the game from a different perspective depending on which you were. But most of the time, you're playing the exact same storyline with the exact same characters. You're killing the exact same bosses. You're completing the exact same dungeons. There's not really much of a, like, why do I hate the Horde? Why do I hate the Alliance? It's not so much of a thing anymore. So I don't really know. I don't really know what they can do, but I mean, they made it soft mode a while back, if you remember. The fact that they made it so that you can have Horde and Alliance characters on the same server. For 5 expansions, if you had a Horde character, you could not roll an Alliance character on that same server. You just couldn't do it. And so then your decision was, you know, well, if I'm playing on this server, then I'm playing on this faction. And it was a lot more, there was good reason. And you had specific PvP realms and PvE realms. But it's, now that whole thing is, the lines are a lot more blurred, just get rid of it. Like, take away the restrictions and just let people play whatever they want. Heck, like I said, have mixed faction guilds, have mixed faction raids. I don't know, just open it all up. For the most part, whilst this is an MMO, you are playing against NPCs. All apart from the very specific outlets of PvP. This is a PvE game, so it should be players versus, you know, players versus the computer. I mean, PvE specifically stands for player versus environment. So why not slowly merge it to all players, you know, playing with each other, Horde and Alliance? Just build it into the story somehow. I mean, if you want to blame it on lore, then make the lore work in your favour. Right? It's a story. Somebody has to write the story, you know? Hang on. You may choose whichever Akunda name you like. It doesn't matter. You cannot choose to have your name remain unchanged. Oh, great. Well, I'll be the Nimble then, sure. Let us make human orc babies. Okay. Not sure I agree with that one, but yeah, whatever. Went into the afterlife, thought Thanos solved our differences. You watch, after Shadowlands, it'll be like, and then we woke up, and it was all a dream. WoW 2.0. I don't know what they can do, but like it blows my mind just how frequently they blame the lore as to why they don't do things in the game. And I'm like, shut up. You wrote the storyline. You made the law. That's not a valid argument. Oh, we can't change this because of this. Well, you made that thing in the first place, so change it. It's a game, it's not real. Law can be rewritten. It's a story. It's fake news. It doesn't exist. Write it, change it however you want. If tomorrow they wrote a storyline in WoW that the Horde and Alliance had a big birthday party and everybody lived happily ever after, then that becomes the law. You know? It's probably not going to happen that way, nor I mean, and if they do choose to do something along those lines, maybe they should put a little bit more thought and creativity into it. But my point still stands, is you can't blame the law as a reason to why things aren't done in the game, when the law is directly created by those same people who design and create the game. So, yeah, it can. It's not an excuse anymore. I mean, we are literally in the land of the dead right now. The very first expansion ever to be created was the Burning Crusade, which we went back in time. It's like, hello, time machines exist in a game. Do what you want. Fix the problems. I know, I just find it funny. Right. Almost as if the Blizzard devs kind of assume that we think this is like some sort of real world. Right, where are we going? The Turn-in Valley of Sorrows. Now, while I might be going on a bit of a rant again, somehow, I'm not quite sure how that happened. What we are doing is chipping away at these levels quite nicely. It's definitely a plus point. I know we can't do that because of this stupid thing in the lore, then don't put that in the lore. Yeah. Rewrite the story. It's literally what they do at the beginning of every expansion. They rewrite the story to completely ignore everything that's just happened and to go on a new storyline. Well, in that case then, just write a new storyline that fixes half of the problems that we're dealing with right now. Sounds like a whole lot of you problem, Blizz. We're just... The player base of your game voice their opinions, usually based on how much or how little they're enjoying a certain aspect of the game. You turn around and you can either be diplomatic and say that we as game designers don't feel that it's in the best interest of the game's health to do X, Y, and Z, or you can pull an excuse out your ass like, oh, we can't change that because of the law, and then people are going to think you're stupid. They burnt down Teldrassil to make a new one. Yeah, exactly. They can do whatever the hell they want. I'm way beyond taking the law excuse as a reason to not do things in the game. In my opinion, it's just lazy PR. Like, they haven't come up with a better politically correct reason to why they're doing or not doing something. So they just blame it on the law and hope people ignore it. I feel bad for Ian Hazakostis sometimes. Poor Ian, man. He's like, he gets told to say, so he gets told he has to say something in a certain way, and he's so heavily programmed to, like, you know, be in PR mode. It'd be really nice to, like, just go to the pub and sit down with Ian over a few beers, talk about World of Warcraft off the record, because he's never off the record. It'd be good to see kind of like, you know, a behind the scenes. Well, I suppose I say that. We got a behind the scenes of Blizzard and Activision quite recently, and look how that turned out. But, you know, maybe a behind the scenes with in a more positive fashion. Watching on mobile, can't see if you have the Darkmoon Fair buff or not. I don't actually. Is Darkmoon Fair up? I didn't even know Darkmoon Fair was up. I wonder if... Is that going to be a... Can I even do that? It might not be a bad idea for me to go and do if I can. I just don't know if that's one of, you know, the restrictive, if I have that luxury. Search 3 unwanted memories. Oh, they're the urns that we need to click on. That's these things. Oh, there's 2. Maybe we should go and investigate that in a minute. Next time I get to a convenient location for a Hearthstone, we'll go and investigate the Darkmoon Fair. And then we can hearth back to wherever it is that we are. As, you know, without flying, I don't want to... The 20 minutes, half an hour I waste trying to go and get the Darkmoon Fair buff because I can't fly anywhere. You know, I'll do it at a convenient point. I cannot find any more of these goddamn urns to click on. Here we go, here's one. Oh, goddamn. Oh, keep Gruffhorn alive. Oh! My exhilaration now affects my pet as well. Lovely stuff. God, that's been annoying me. Every time I press my exhilaration cooldown to heal, the fact that it does... 9 times out of 10 I'm using it to heal the pet, not me. But I think you have to be like level 44 or something before that kicks in. God damn, thank God that works now. Oh, snap! Drops me back into the middle of a bunch of mobs. Ooh, a herb. Right, hand this load of quests in. I think this purple bit of the experience bar indicates that if I was to hand in my quests, that's how much experience I get. I might be wrong about that, but... Oh god, I've let my pet die. Enter the cave? What cave? Oh, this is a cave, look. There's a little crack in the wall. Didn't even see that. Didn't even see that. Ooh. Random spawn of monolite. Sure. I'll have some free gold. Farmed it so it's free, yo. Oh, hello. Am I going to have to protect you from both sides? No. I think if we can get to 48 today, I'll be happy. If we can get to 48, then we can tomorrow head into Shadowlands tomorrow. Maybe start chipping away at the Shadowlands levels. We'll see. I think it's getting to the point now where we actually have not a huge amount of liquid gold, but we have a sizable enough to continue to reinvest our gold where it's useful. We don't really need to aim to have like 1 million gold, but what we do need to do is make sure that we're continuously, day by day, increasing our inventory value. Whether that be through farming or through farming or flipping, and eventually crafting as well. That's kind of why I want to get into the Shadowlands levels. So then maybe I can look at picking up some crafting professions as well. Oh, we hearthed then actually, didn't we? Maybe now might not be. How long's our hearthstone? Where is? Oh God, we're still on a 30-minute cooldown on our hearthstone. Oh dear, oh dear. I should have made a guild, shouldn't I? Oh dear, oh dear. Okay, well the time... Oh God. We need 2 levels. We need 2 levels. The amount of time I'm going to save by going and getting the 10% Dark Moon Fair buff now is probably counteracted by the amount of time it will take me to go and get the damn thing and get back to where we're leveling. So, if I'd have realised sooner, I might have done it. Do a couple of dungeons. Oh, we can queue for a dungeon. We might not get in one, but we can queue for one. 36,000 bonus experience. It might break up the leveling a little bit. What is this button? Shock your enemy with the might of a okay. Oh, it's on cooldown. Alright, we'll just pew pew regardless. What do you prefer? Storyline or Threads of Fate? It depends what you mean by prefer. I mean, out of preference, I would probably just do Threads of Fate. Yeah, currently the quicker route is actually the storyline, but that will change in 9.1.5. It will change. Threads of Fate will probably be the faster leveling mode, because there's the Torghast buff. The fill the bar quests are going to be much quicker and easier to do. The problem I'll have though is on this NA realm, like it's just been pointed out, I won't have the choice. I'll have to do the storyline because this is my very first character on this realm, on this server, on this account. But to anybody else leveling an alt, storyline is technically quicker if you want to do it in one sitting. Otherwise, Threads of Fate is relatively comparably quick if you do it with rested experience. You could even, in theory, herb and mine all the way to level 60, which is something I might consider, because we're arguably going to have to do some farming to generate some gold on this character anyway, meaning I might kill two birds with one stone, use my rested experience to do some herbing and mining, and once we've exhausted our rested experience, then go out and do questing and dungeons and whatever and level naturally. Derp, how we doing? Welcome in, good to see ya. But none of that matters until we get ourselves into Shadowlands, and we are 2 levels away. With that ding, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll run some ads for a minute or two while I go. If you wish to not see the ads, there's a very easy way that you can do that, and that's hit that sub button. I'll be back in 2 minutes though, boys and girls. Alrighty, we're back. How we doing? With 45k, you can level any crafting profession and start making money with item level 200 and 230 stuff. There's the requirement for Courtier rep, true. With that amount, I'd not touch Legos for a while. You can get the rep relatively quickly. Yes, that's true. All of that will come once we hit 60. That will probably be one of the avenues that we will explore. Because yes, Legendaries is too expensive for our relatively shallow pockets right now. We don't have the gold to start playing around with Legendaries. I want to make sure that I've got a sizable amount of gold before I start playing with Legendaries. I found doing classic zones was faster for leveling because the amount of zones to pick from and for flying. Oh, I agree. They absolutely are. I just don't have that luxury. I have to do BFA. On alts, I will have the choice. But currently, I don't have the choice. For your very first character on an account, you have no choice but to do the BFA campaign. Yeah, I'm literally being held a BFA hostage. It's true. Oh, it's annoying. I'm gliding past, like, monolite deposits. Oh, he says. Maybe I can steal this one quickly before we gain aggro here. We'll grab this one. Oh, I also wanted to say there's an interesting video I want to work on this week that's might be slightly against what most people would assume to be true. But I had this thought, right? And it's based on what we sort of assumed to be the case with herbs for a long time, and was the case with herbs and or mining in general, I should say. What was the case for a long time, that the default material was the default material, and then there was a rare version of that material that could spawn in its place. This, though, in Shadowlands, seems to not necessarily be the case, in terms of that in the zones, for the zone specific herbs and ore, Oxane ore, for example, has its own spawn locations. Leystrite also has its own spawn locations. So the common practice when herbing and mining tends to be, you know, get a somewhat optimal route and fly around that loop and pick up literally everything that you see in your path. One of the most common things suggested to people is that you should have herbalism and mining on the same character, because the logic there is that, well, if you're flying around and you're gathering something, you might as well be gathering everything. But recently, I've been thinking that actually, that may not necessarily be the most sensible way of doing things. So in terms of, instead of flying around gathering all of the herbs and all of the ores, we're not trying to trigger rare versions to respawn in their place. So things like Death Blossom, just leave it alone. Just don't pick it up. And tailor your routes around whatever the zone specific herb or ore is specifically, and only gather those. And I'm quite sure, I've not done any testing on this, but I'm relatively sure that if you stop mining Leystrite and you stop gathering Death Blossom and only focus on the zone specific ores, you'll actually have a far more profitable time farming if you're being sort of consistent and quite aggressive with how you farm in the first place. It's an it's that top 10% optimization, right? There are a few things to do. Like if you run around blindly, not following a route, you're not very efficient at all. Once you pick a route, you're a lot more efficient, but you're still not perfect. I think this is one of those things that could take a basic route and turn it into, you know, like a very optimized perfect route. But that also, weirdly, on the same time, that leads me into another point of discussion that I want to explore, is that at what point should you actually stop optimizing things? Because this is also something that I see very frequently. Optimizing farming routes is great, but instead of spending your time optimizing a farming route, maybe you should do a basic farming route and then look at taking the step up. Because optimization, you're still at the same level of goal making, but you're optimizing it. You're taking small little steps up. What if there's just a big step up that you could take instead? For example, I tend to think that you start off by generating a bunch of gold by farming, but then very quickly you should switch to no longer farming, but in turn doing crafting. Because then the ceiling of opportunity is much higher with crafting than what it is with farming. You get to the point where you can't farm much more than what your time allows you to, outside of optimizing the route, or in turn, you know, things like multi-boxing. Now obviously that decision was much easier to make in the past when multi-boxing was less restricted than what it is now. See, my brain does all of these, my brain constantly is ticking along thinking about these things. Because it's, I'm slowly but surely coming to the realization that whilst there's never really a wrong way of making gold, there is absolutely definitely a right way to do it. If you want, you know, a sensible path to take you from 0 gold on a realm to the ability to make 5 million a month, there's a definite path that you could or should be taking. Why am I a snake all of a sudden? I've turned into a snake somehow. And I think something that's very frequently misunderstood is when to take the next step into the next stage of gold making. All paths lead to legendary crafting, I guess. Legendary crafting is technically not the top of the tree. It's pretty high. It's high enough on the tree for most people to be more than happy with it. But it's not the top of the tree. Or the top of the pyramid, I guess you could say. The main thing I would say is more to do with the fact that anything above just crafting filthy amounts of legendaries, whilst there are more profitable things you can be doing, why is there not a quest I can pick up? You tend to find very quickly that the amount of effort and expertise that you need to go much further than just legendaries becomes the problem. Because legendaries is still technically considered just basic crafting, right? Where the hell is this quest? Oh, he's there, look. He's a dude that walks around, that's why I can't find him. Legendaries are still bundled in with just some simple crafting. But you then step into the world of flipping above that. Flipping removes that ceiling that even legendaries has. There's a limit to legendaries in terms of the fact that there's only X amount of people that want their legendaries. You're going to see a certain number of competition in any legendary that you try and craft and sell. Flipping becomes the next stage above. Flipping is interesting because you can start flipping like with 10 gold in your pockets, right? Very easily. But you're just not very optimal at what you're doing, and you're limited by the gold that you have. Knowledge gap. So yeah, this is a thing, right? The thing that stops people flipping is often that. Like, if you see a big expensive item, a lot of people don't know why it's a big expensive item. Some people may work out, right, well, this is a big expensive item because it's a very rare drop. Or this is a big expensive item because the cost of crafting it is extremely high. But usually that's only half of the story, right? That's the side of the... You need to know both sides of the story before you can make an educated decision on, well, should I maybe buy this to flip it? You would kind of like to know not only why something is expensive, but also how frequently and for how much it consistently sells for, and if even it consistently sells. This is what I like to call the transmog trap. Transmog looks like a really profitable way to make a lot of gold, but in reality, unless you have thousands upon thousands of items being listed, and you're just playing the numbers game at that point, it's actually not very lucrative a market based on what you actually have to do. For example, something that it is in the market right now is the Formula Enchant Weapon life stealing, because it goes on your because it's going to be applied to people's heirlooms for the purpose of leveling. And of course, with heirlooms in 9.1.5 going all the way to 60, you know, that's a seasonal thing. It's a little snippet of information that's good to know, but it's also quite seasonal. When we're talking about scaling up, and obviously a lot of people see legendaries as one of the most profitable things in game right now. To scale past that, you have to start flipping super rare, super expensive items. Now the obvious one and the easiest one to talk about is trading card game stuff. Because trading card game, whether they be pets or mounts or toys, tend to scale up in value with inflation very effectively. A Spectral Tiger 10 years ago was 200k. A Spectral Tiger now is like 40-50 million. They scale up remarkably well with inflation. Now, if you buy something, invest a couple million of gold on buying a trading card game mount now, either you'll sell it in a few months' time for more, just due to its rarity, and you happen to find somebody that wants it, or even if you don't sell it for more, in 2 years' time, it will have naturally grown with inflation, and you'll more than comfortably be able to sell it for double what you paid for it. That's kind of the next step above. And there's lots of lesser talked about markets and ways to make gold above, like crafting legendaries, but they usually have a lot stricter requirements, like simple things like offering gold transfer services. If you get to the point where you have lots of gold on lots of realms, you don't even need lots of gold on lots of realms, you just need lots of gold on a realm where people want to be playing. People will trade you gold from one realm to another realm, and you just take a percentage cut. So if somebody wants 1 million gold on a realm that you have 1 million gold on, you can trade it to them, but you will take 1.2 million gold on their home realm for that luxury. So technically you've gained like 20%, like 200k on top of that, but of course it's spreading your gold around a little bit. There's lots of things you can do to scale it up, and it's like I said earlier, the beginning of this mini TED talk that I didn't mean to actually go down, but I did anyway. It's like, at what point should you decide to start? What point should you stop trying to optimize what it is you're currently doing and just look for something more lucrative to do in the first place? Now, I wouldn't go as far as to say there's any like solid numbers, but when you start to saturate the market, right? If you get to the point where you have every single legendary pattern unlocked and ranked up to rank 4, well, at that point on, short of just recrafting anything that you sell, you can't really expand any further. You can't grow much past where you currently are. The way I've chosen to do it, and I think I'm sort of subject to this same problem, right? I'm still very much focusing on legendaries, but my way to expand and grow further than just legendaries is to, once I'm capped out on one realm, is to go do it again on another realm. which in turn doubles my opportunities, right? So now, for example, I've got every single legendary pattern unlocked across 2 different servers. Draenor's probably going to be... Oh, dungeon. Draenor's probably going to be the next EU realm I investigate. I've got 2 characters leveled up to 60 already there. I just need to start the process. And eventually that will be a 3rd realm that I've got all the legendaries unlocked and crafted and being listed for. But once you've done it 3 times, every time you add, there's a diminishing return on that, right? Every time I add a new realm to the mix, it's the same amount of effort, but for each and every time, for a lesser reward. When you go from one realm to a second realm, you're doubling your opportunity. When you go from that second realm to a third realm, you're only actually gaining 50% more than what you're already able to achieve. So you can see how you're, how even then it doesn't scale very well. 2 more blacksmithing Legos and I've got all Legos to rank 6. Oh, what to do after? Well, take a bit of time to take full advantage of your position in the market. But eventually, you may want to look at doing the same thing as I've done, which is to repeat the process again somewhere else, or consider your option if you're still wanting to make even more gold for less effort, arguably. There's like the cross-realm trading becomes one option. You could start looking to flip exotics, is kind of the way I like to call the market. Super exotic items that can be anything that's either mega rare or anything that's super expensive or in turn super valuable. There are many options. Oh, okay, this dude's just zerging this way, fine. And now he's having to run back because he didn't hold aggro. Great. Equestrimation is what the Lego market is going to increase in sales due to 9.1.5, due to the Lego Scrapple becoming a thing. It's 6 of one, half a dozen of another, which is the English way of saying it could go one of 2 ways. The logical answer is that there'll be a greater demand for base legendary items, because people will scrap their existing ones and then they'll have lots of spare soul ash and soul cinders and that they'll want to go and spend. But on the flip side is that by that point base legendary Korthite crystals will be so cheap, leveling up legendaries will be considerably cheaper than it was before. There'll also in turn probably be a lot more competition in the markets because it's cheaper for everybody to level up. So it might become more difficult to sell stuff. Just because there's a greater demand doesn't mean you'll always sell more if the supply is also higher. Oh, a PTR update? Not like a dev notes update, or your client's updated? Do we need to investigate? Oh, the client just updated. That's an odd time for a client update to come through. Midweek. Go spy time. I'll let Wowhead do some data mining. See if there's anything significant going on. It's highly inefficient for me to just try and find things. It's much better for somebody to crawl through the code and find out that way. Even though more people have entered the Lego market, there's still a big hurdle for people to get over before actually making a profit with them. Even though the hurdle has become less of a thing, it is still there. Yeah. And more importantly, the hurdle is just a different hurdle now. In terms of the fact that using the Vestige of Origins, you can craft higher rank legendaries, often before you have unlocked them, or in best case scenario for cheaper than what you can using the natural recipe anyway. So the cost element of yeah, we pulled the cost, Mr. Drew. Oh my god, the cost element is lessened, but you actually have to unlock the Vestige of Origins recipe, which is just a different hurdle, right? Before, the only hurdle was... Oh my god, what is going on here? Before, the only hurdle was that of that you just needed lots of gold. Now the hurdle is that you've got to complete the campaign and unlock the Vestige of Origins in the first place. Which is equally a hurdle that will put people off. Because they won't have the catch-up way of doing it if they haven't unlocked the Vestige. Especially if they're trying to do it on alts, because the likelihood of them doing the campaign on their alts, it's the 9.0 campaign as well, don't forget, that you need to have completed. Because if I'm right, if I remember that you need to have why do we try and do skips when they never work? Just kill things. But in 9.1.5, yes, that is true. You, at least by our primitive understandings, there'll be a way to skip the 9.0 campaign, meaning you can just dive straight in. But that will be people, that will be a reactionary approach to it, right? That will be people reacting to what the market is today. The people that do well in any form of goal making are the people that are ahead of the game. You want to go into, if there's going to be an increase in demand in 9.1.5 for legendaries, you don't want to be still leveling your legendaries in 9.1.5. You want to be ready with your items, ready to craft and ready to sell. So waiting for the campaign skip will still technically put you behind other people and behind your competition. Where are my tunes gone? What's going on with music? I must have paused it at some point. That's not good. Let's get out of that. Why are we skipping this trash? We're undoubtedly going to pull it at some point when trying to kill the boss. So, it does annoy, especially in leveling done. Sure, if you're max level and you're doing it just for gear, then sure. But when everybody's in here to level, just kill the mobs. That's kind of why we're here. I'm not a fan of doing skips in leveling dungeons, because 9 times out of 10 it goes wrong. And when it goes wrong, and it's not even an if it goes wrong, it is almost always when it goes wrong, then you end up wasting more time than if you'd have just killed the mobs and gained the experience from killing them in the first place. Oh, good God. Oh, good God. Oh, good God. Poor healer. Yeah, I've... See, if we just killed the goddamn trash pack, we'd have double the room, and we wouldn't be in anywhere near the sticky situation as we were then. It's fine, whatever. Let's peace out of here. Did I hear you say that you're coming to Draenor just so I need to know who to undercut? Draenor is the realm I have in my crosshairs next, yeah. I've got 2 level 60s there already, but I've got no gold there. I've got no nothing there apart from 2 level 60s. So I'm way far behind the natural curve for the moment. Although it didn't take me all that long to get like in the scale of things, it didn't take me all that long to get Torin Mill like pumping. So we'll see. I'm very tempted though to just guild transfer 10 million to Draenor. Split my wealth up from Torin Mill and just guild transfer 10 mil over there and just go ham. For the simple reason, right, of otherwise what am I going to do with that 10 mil? At the moment it's just sat there not doing anything. Spending it over on Draenor, leveling stuff up and getting a good position in the market for the next patch is in my eyes at least, a reasonable use of that gold. But we'll see. I'm meant to be running upstairs somewhere. Oh, I'm meant to be running up those stairs. Up, not down. But one thing at a time, right? we're taking over Area 52 first. Gold is best spent sitting and waiting, so you can just look at it. Well, that's true. When it piles up, when you open your mailbox, like it's a goblin's dream, isn't it? To open their mailbox and go, oh no, I can't loot this gold. I've got no room for it. What a shame. I'll have to transfer some of this millions to an alt. Just swim in it like Scrooge McDuck. I like to hoard all my gold in a cave, yeah. Woe is me for having too much gold. World first problems. And I know I said that backwards. I said that backwards deliberately. Boom! Gear upgrade. I'll take it. Zygor's just... Oh, I really should have listened to Zygor. I'm going to regret this decision, aren't I? Because I'm going to need to go back there at some point. Alright, sure. Well, we'll see. I skipped a step in Zygor, and now I kind of wish I hadn't. Because I know why it was there. Oh well. Let's just skip that for now. Where is it taking us? Where the hell are we going? Okay, I really don't think we were meant to do that quest, but sure, whatever. Ah, it's absolutely telling us to finish these quests first. Oops. Well, luckily, we can skip this for a minute. And it will hopefully... No. Put us on track to where we actually are now. No. Oh dear, oh dear. We skipped way ahead of ourselves. Okay. Right, I'm actually going to listen to Zygot. Because I need to complete this entire... I need to complete all the quests out here. Because the reason I'm leveling in this zone is because I actually want to unlock Volpero as well. Which means I need to do the campaign quests. Okay, we need to now fly over somewhere else. Oh, boo. I made a boo-boo. Any specific reason for unlocking Volpera or just cause? A couple of reasons. They get more bag space, which makes them kind of quite helpful for bank halts, just because, you know, more storage space, more good. Additionally, they have the like the second Hearthstone. You can set your camp somewhere, which is just a nice to have. Not to sound too cringy, but I'm already nostalgic of forcing myself to wake up early just to watch you test inscription mill rates and card drops on the beta. Kind of like my version of waking up early for cartoons. When there's new stuff, we can do new things and we can test new stuff. I like sciencing things out. I love me a bit of science. I'll spend hundreds of thousands of gold for science. All too recently, actually, I spent probably 500,000 gold in a day just buying ore to re-clarify my prospecting rates. So I'm more than happy to science things out when needed to be. But if there's nothing to science, we can't science stuff, you know? I'm meant to be accepting a quest. Alpaca's Gone Wild. I don't see... Hang on, there's a quest I've missed here as well. There we go. Now we're back on the right track. Yeah, my Shadowlands cheat sheet, for anybody that dives in there or has jumped in there recently, my prospecting sheet is being reconfigured with a whole bunch of new prospecting data as well. So it's not too... You can just about see it to the side of the camera. It's not perfect, but I prospected 30,000 Leystrite ore, 4,000 of lithium, and 4,000 of all of the zone-specific ores as well, just to try and like clarify my prospecting rates, making sure that nothing had changed. Of TLDR, it hadn't changed. my numbers were still 100% spot on accurate. It's just I doubted myself because I hadn't checked them for a while. Yeah, that's an example of something that I did for science. Oh, I was meant to do something and I ignored that thing I was meant to do. What was it? I was meant to talk to this fella. Come back. But either way, it's nice to see you're still about from the days of Shadowlands beta. You're almost at this point considered an OG, because that was pretty early days of me coming back to content creation. Now the real OGs remember when I was making videos like 8 years ago, but there's not many of those about. If you fail to force yourself out of bed to watch the live content though, I'm a lot more religious about uploading the VODs to YouTube now. So although you won't get the interactivity of it being live or the chat, you can still, you know, watch the VODs. And the advantage of it being a YouTube VOD is you can easily skip through the bits that bore you. I'm meant to be collecting some buzzards, right? How do we do this? Shoot a flaming arrow at a flattened buzzard. Is that one of these things? Oh, a fattened buzzard. Not a flattened one. It's not flat. Oh, it will be once I shoot it. Pew! Should have gone like this. If you don't force yourself to watch the live version, you can you even call yourself a goal maker? Hey, that's borderline emotional blackmail. While I applaud the effort, I will restrain from emotional blackmail. Because, you know, it's a slippery slope then. You know, when I start with the emotional blackmail, you know what comes next? Clickbait. Yeah, it does. it's the inevitable. And then I'll start putting gold values in all of my video thumbnails, and oh, we just end up there. We'll end up there. Don't get me wrong. Feel free to put a gold value in the thumbnail and the title of your video, but I shit you not. If you don't justify it, I'm going to call you out on it. If it's not justified. $15 million gold an hour using this one weird trick. Yeah. Right, we need 2 more. 2 more. Here's 1. Here's number 2. Oh my god, this is the best gold per hour ever. It's yeah, I mean I'm in danger of talking about bloody clickbait on YouTube videos again if I'm not careful, but for example, Iceberg Gaming, was it Iceberg Gaming? We looked at his video earlier today. Without auditing the guy's channel, he seems to be newer to the gold making scene, still doing that, you know, the initial YouTube grind, which I know how to, trust me, I know better than most people how to play the YouTube game, and I know that if it's your only source of traffic, you just have to play the game, and it becomes very tempting to start clickbaiting the crap out of everything. Because clickbait generates views. But the misunderstanding from many people when they start out is those views don't mean shit if those people don't watch another one of your videos. Like, it's, yeah. You only need to make one bad impression on somebody and you'll lose that viewer nearly forever, unless you're already sizable enough that intrigue will override the annoyance of the clickbait. Student is one of the only gold makers in the community that I think can adequately get away with clickbait the way that he does, because he's been doing it for so long, and people already know what a student video is before they watch a student video. because he's got the reputation, he's got the, you know, he's made hundreds if not thousands of videos at this point. He's established, he's already very well established, meaning he can get away with it more so than others. But if you're brand new, if you're trying to make a brand new YouTube channel, clickbaiting is very, very bad idea. Because people will be judging you on the merits of your content. And if you clickbait and then don't deliver what you offered in the title or video, they don't care who you are. They don't know who you are. But guess what? When your channel comes up in their recommended feed again because you did watch one of their videos, are they going to click on it and watch it? Probably not. Oh god, I've done it again, haven't I? I've started talking about YouTube clickbait. Ah, how did this happen? Who started this conversation? Oh, I meant to be herding alpacas. I think I accidentally pew-pewed them. I'm not meant to be killing them, am I? I'm meant to be killing the beetles. Not the famous British rock band, but these actual beetles. Anyone bought Student's 1 to 10 mil book? Is it any good? I reviewed it on the channel. A couple of weeks ago I bought it and reviewed it. You can get yourself a little sneak peek into what it includes, what it's about. Not to throw shit at anybody, but I've stopped watching several content creators due to their clickbait. Yeah, I've had a bit of a purge recently. I've had a bit of a purge of channels that I'm subscribed to based solely on that. There'll be I mean, like I said, I'm not one to throw anybody under the bus. I'm not going to name names. I don't feel it's my place. I mean, I talk about Student quite regularly, but he's a big boy. We're on good terms. There's no hard feelings either way. But yes, there's definitely a few content World of Warcraft gold making YouTube channels, of to which I've unsubscribed from recently because every video is the same. There's nothing new of value being offered, and if I watch 3 or 4 of your videos and they're all the same and they're offering nothing of value, sorry, you haven't you haven't earned my subscription anymore. I wish there was more goal making channels. Lots of times there's nobody online and I have to watch some random crap. It's such a niche market though, and I'm very aware that it's a niche market that's not really sustainable long term for many people, which is why I need to slowly venture into bigger things to keep the value in doing it. For example, I'll be brutally open with you guys that are still here chilling. Like the introduction of my Patreon has been a huge help for the fact that for every single person that is chosen to support me on Patreon is the equivalent of like 5, 6, 7, maybe even 10,000 people watching a YouTube video. It really is worth that much for somebody, for just a single person to pledge on Patreon. Because I mean, if you rely solely on ad revenue, you need to be doing massive numbers. Which is why I'm putting a bit of time and effort into making sure that my Patreon offering is also good. Because I feel that for those that have not only taken the time, but the financial choice to support what it is I do. I want to make sure that I offer back as much as possible. So you want to tell me that I'm a gold mine for you? It's not quite how it works, but yeah. Yes, I do appreciate the Patreons. And of course, that's not to take anything from the Twitch subs. This is not a hierarchy. This is not a ranking sort of thing. It's pretty simple. But at the scale of a content creator to which I am, focusing very heavily on a niche market, ad revenue doesn't pay the bills. We pay you so that we don't have to pay Blizzard. Hey, well, that's a good way to look at it. That's a good way to look at it. If I can, if I can provide enough value and enough information and enough guidance to make it so that you don't need to pay your subscription anymore, and you choose to return that favor by pledging on Patreon, then I think that's a very mutual transaction, and I think everybody's pleased with that one. I was also just about to write that it's also the difficulty lies in making the Patreon worthwhile and not just sitting there making cash. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm cautious of how to keep the Patreon, you know, valuable sustainably. So this is why I'm not a big fan of segregating content off. I don't produce enough content as it is for me to feel that like it's justified for me to, you know, solely publish content on Patreon. But it's simple things like access to, there's premium channels in the Discord, for example, where the very first thing I will do when I check through the Discord to answer questions, queries, discussion points, is I will always check the premium section first, as a, you know, to ensure that my response to those that have helped me, I will help them out of priority. But of course, that's I would also like to, you know, continue on with that to say that I'm present throughout my entire Discord. It's not like I only live in the premium sections, and I'll only answer questions that, you know, are in the premium channels. But if you want to give yourself a better opportunity of having your question answered, then you know what to do. And I was thinking of, like, for example, for the patrons, to give them, like, I don't know, 24, 48 hours early access to the videos. Which in some cases that works fine. But a lot of the videos that I create are quite time sensitive anyway. And that like, if the video was to come out 48 hours later than what it does come out, it becomes substantially less useful to the greater audience in the first place. Can't remember who it was, but there are channels that release the content they make so that their patrons have access before it to everybody else. Yeah, it's for example the double haste procs stuff on gear. That was a video that I made available to patrons first. They had access to that for a few days because it's less of a time sensitive thing. Whether I released that video on the day that I did or whether I released it on the channel 3 days later, it doesn't make a huge advantage. but for the patrons that saw it, you know, went out and crafted some of the stuff, would have got a few days advantage without any real competition. Still haven't sold any of that stuff. It was never going to make anybody a millionaire. Depends if Blizzard fix it or not. You see, this is the thing. Like, I'm not entirely sure whether it's actually by design in the first place. I genuinely do think it might be a bit of a bug, that they can even be crafted. But the matter of the fact is that they can be crafted, and you're not doing anything exploitative to make them. You're literally just using the game for the way that it is. Oh boy, I'm gonna die. That's not good. Let's fix that problem. There we go. Oh no, pulling more is not the solution. Right, we need a bunch more eggs. What are we doing with these things? Are we just pew-pewing them? Are we just slaying them? Okay, sure. So you and you. And you're hovering around a bunch of eggs, so let's kill you too. Let's get aggro off me real quick. Oh no, I was poisoned. Oops. Please ignore. Nobody saw that. Never happened. When low health, pull more. Yeah. When in doubt, go harder. Let's try that again, shall we? Let's roll that one back. Let's pop up here. Where's my pet? See, what's doubly bad is I died before my pet died. That's when you know you're doing something really bad as a hunter. Oh well, what are you going to do? We're nearly there though. We are nearly at 48. We are almost out of BFA land. We can almost say that we've leveled 2 Shadowlands. Now I know technically it's 50, but you can go and do the Shadowlands introductory quest line once you hit 48, I think. Please be the case. Oh no, this is a rare. Oh, I didn't. Oh, okay, sure. Gruffhorn, don't die on me. 8 seconds until I can heal you. Heal you properly. There we go, have full health. There we go. Now we're Gucci. I think it's time for a loading screen style tip. Try keeping your health above 1. It tends to help. If you are struggling from... What's the tool? What is the tip? It's like, if you are struggling to stay alive, try keeping your health above 1. It's like a really sarcastic, just to get better, like, you know. Just get good, yo. Right, we got 8 of the eggs. We need 2 more eggs, apparently. 2 more eggs, and we need to kill 1 more of the big dudes. There's 1 more of the big dudes, but let's try and find these eggs, though. Because the chances are we'll have to pull a big dude to get near the eggs. Like here. This'll do. And let's pull that dude just for giggles. I didn't mean to pull those, but fine. If we have to kill you, then we will. Beautiful. Beautiful. You might have to finish the BFA story. Oh my god, could you imagine? If you are struggling to defeat a foe, try keeping your health above 0 whilst reducing theirs to 0. Yeah, there we go. That's the one. It's the most passive-aggressive, sarcastic talk. Like, it's quite funny. I like that. Blizzard need to do more of that. They need to inject more humour into the game. They're as bad as the player base sometimes for taking things a little bit too seriously. Hey, 48. Boom. Hey, look, we're even getting the quest line. He's like, fuck this BFA shit. Let's get out of here. Oh. Well, there we go. Huzzah. Yes. I genuinely don't think I've ever typed out the word huzzah before in my life. It's a great word. I'm going to use it more often. Right. Right. Now in theory, I probably should finish with, although no, look, we're miles away. Steps, we're 170 out of 450. Yeah, okay, screw that. I was like, well, maybe we should just, you know, quickly finish the Vulpera quest line. Nope. Nope. Peace out. So, what we can now do is we can load up leveling Shadowlands intro and main storyline. The fact that it says requires level 50 is a lie. Yes, we want to load it. This is going to take us back to Orgrimmar anyway, which is good. We can take a pit stop in Orgrimmar to, you know, sell some stuff. Sell our wares. Requires 48 and it will get you to 50. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Oh look, we've even got quests to hand in. We should arguably hand in those quests, you know. A few realms, it's now cheaper to get rank 4s with vestiges versus outright crafting rank 4s. 200 to 250 gold Korthite prices. Yeah. I've started to see it. Jewel crafting especially. Jewel crafting more often than not. If you buy your Korthite crystals for much under 400 gold, you can make rank 4 Shadowgaster rings for less than using the actual rank 4 pattern. Don't forget the Darkmoon Fair buff. Well, we're going to park ourselves in Orgrimmar for now. We're not actually going to venture into Shadowlands today. I'm wrapping things up now, if you hadn't noticed. I'm just getting myself into Orgrimmar, and then we'll call it. But yeah, with your Korthite crystals being cheaper across the board now, there's some very good opportunities. This is why rank 4s, I am now manually restocking rank 4s again. I had a little bit of a nice time using TSM to restock my legendaries, but now Korthite prices are cheap enough that in many cases I should be using vestiges on rank 2s to make my rank 4s. I need to do that section manually because unfortunately TSM doesn't support that yet, to nobody's surprise. I think I don't know if Stroh's still in it, but if legendary stock tracker might support that before TSM does at this rate. Right, let's get ourselves to Orgrimmar real quick. Hang on, why is Streamlabs running its mouth? Where's Sir Coffeebot gone? He was here earlier. Is it possible to use custom prices for that? I mean, in theory, you can do, but it's a bit messy. In fact, it's not just a bit messy; it's hella messy. If you go to the effort to craft your rank 4s with vestiges, consider the gold you save as a bonus. If you try to start adjusting your auctioning operations to take that into consideration, it gets really gross really quickly, because you then have to start having lots of different heavily customized operations again. It's probably not worth the effort, especially since that you're actually often only saving like 1,000 gold or something by doing it with vestiges. You tend to not be saving huge amounts of gold, so the extra effort of like completely hacking together like TSM operations is probably not, at least it's not worth it for me. And let's be fair, if it's not worth it for me to do it, it's probably not worth it for most of you guys to do it either. TSM supports Legos in terms of stock tracking. It fully understands what a rank 1 is. It fully understands what a rank 6 is. The issue currently, though, is the fact that TSM crafting doesn't consider the 2 possible methods of crafting a rank 3 and a rank 4. It sees the baseline patterns, and that's what it sees. It doesn't see the alternate, which I don't understand why. It seems to be something that could very easily be fixed. If you have the ability to craft a Vestige of Origins, it should take that into consideration when crafting it. Just like it does with Shadowghast ingots, for example. It knows that alchemy has the ability to make Shadowghast ingots. It knows that 99 times out of 99, nobody in their right mind is going to use the alchemy way of crafting Shadowghast ingots, but it still knows about it. I'm sure it's something they can probably fix, and really probably should be. It's just not yet. Is by some chance Gumdrops kicking about? No. I was just seeing if Gumdrops was in chat, but he's occasionally here. Doesn't alchemy have a cooldown on it? Yeah. It's the most ridiculous, most useless transmutation I think alchemy's ever had. It's just bonkers. I mean, it might not be too bad now considering Nightshade is really cheap, but it was just dumb for the longest of time. Right, we should probably, any of our wares, throw them up on the auction house real quick, because we don't need to faff about with TSM because we've already done it. Huzzah. Let's get rid of some of the trash. Are we going to vendor any of the... In fact, let's order things up. There's a bunch of stuff we should probably just vendor. Get it out of here. All these greens. Soulbound especially. We can get shot of all of those. I mean, the fact that it doesn't even have sale rates means it's probably never going to sell. Soulbound. Bind on equip, 0.01, sell it. Steadfast breastplate. Oh, this is something we should probably list on the auction house. Although I probably, yeah, sure, whatever. Soulbound. What's this? Heavy lamellar chestplate. No, get rid of it. No, I'm not faffing around with 0.01s, however valuable they claim to be. I really should not have bought all those spellcloth, by the way, just saying. Next time I try and do something stupid like that, please stop me. No, that ring's never selling. Silver linked feet things. Oh, it'd be really, really valuable if they weren't 0.01. Get rid of it. Demon Cured Tunic of the Fire Flash. Oh, it's got mad, crazy... No, it's never selling, is it? Let's just get rid of it. See, even when I only have 40,000 gold by name, I still cannot find value in pissing about with silly transmogs. I just can't do it. Oh, oh! I've just noticed we have a pet. World first NA pet. Boom. Can I keep him? Obtain 1 pet. Woohoo! First pet. Poda. We are off. Our pet collection on NA has begun. By this time next year, we'll be millionaires. Right, let's list what we gathered. Let's do a quick check that there's no sneaky. What the hell is a dung beetle surprise? Oh, it's some random food. Where is it? Where is it? Where you hiding? Dung beetle surprise. Get out of it. Some fried chicken. Get out of here. See you later. Everything else is in a group. Go. Yeah, there's a few that don't work, I know. Is your UI on Discord? I like it. It's not. It's just LVUI though, and it's not really even that customized. Apart from like realigning bars a little bit, it's just a very simple LVUI, almost preset. Nothing too fancy. If you install LVUI, you could replicate this in about 2 minutes. Why is this thing not going away? Can you? There we go. And to be honest, the way that I have it laid out is mainly for the purpose of stream. The fact that any chat logs is hidden behind this, so chat doesn't go through the stream. Zygor is just carefully positioned to fit inside the other box that's already there. So is Details is carefully squeezed into this box. Apart from that, it's pretty default UI. Default LVUI UI, if that makes sense. Right, stuff is on the auction house. We have 50k worth of stuff, just random stuff that we've either bought to flip or we found on our travels through reaching level 48. The likelihood of much of any of this selling is slim. 10% of it a day, pretty much. We're up to nearly 50k in actual gold. I think we're record heights right now. I don't think we've ever had more than this. Nope, we're at record heights. We peaked at 39,000 gold previously, before I went on a bit of a spending spree, all the way down to 5k gold, and now we're reaping in the rewards of that, slowly but surely. 120k in sales, 80k in buying stuff, so hence a nice little 40k profit based on our flipping stuff. Obviously we have 45k because we've made a few thousand gold just from completing quests and that sort of stuff, but not bad. We're getting there, slow and steady. Chip away at it day by day, and eventually, this realm will be ours. Not this dude's, ours. This dude right here. No, not the goat. This dude. There we go. But anyway, boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there for today. Thank you all for joining. We got a bunch of stuff done. We finished off the past expansion, or sort of finished off the past expansion TSM groups that I've been working on for a little while. I will work on those a little bit more so, put some polish to them, and they will probably go out to Patreons before too long. We did the WoW Economy report for the week, which I will snip out and get uploaded to YouTube for any of you that may have missed it. And we got ourselves a few levels on our NA character and had some good conversation while we did it. So then, boys and girls, I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow will be Tuesday. Not got any solid plans for tomorrow's stream. We may dive into Shadowlands on this dude a little bit more so. Maybe see if we can chip away at a couple of levels. We can focus on doing nothing more than just the basic campaign though. It shouldn't take us too long. But if you haven't already, hit that follow button. Hit the sub button if you're really inclined. It is September. I think subs are a little bit cheaper this month. I don't know how it works. I'm a noob to this streaming business. But I'll see you all tomorrow, boys and girls. Happy goal making. Catch you later. Peace.